Welcome, I'm Paul, this is Dave. Today I have 110 Glitch in the Matrix and Paranormal Stories for you, the monthly compilation for November. As always, these compilations are ad-free, enjoy them to sleep or just binge through them. Winter is coming, as the Starks are fond of saying. Quite true. Though unfortunately our winters don't last for years, that would be heavenly. Oh well. Case file number 3167, written by IF Chemtrails. Exit 42, year 2025. In February of 2022, I was driving through the Midwestern US. Not sure how much detail I'm supposed to put, but I was approaching the outer limits of a big city in Ohio around 2 a.m. Out of cigarettes, almost out of gas, and still had about 3 hours left to get home. Map said the next open gas station was a travel center on the other side of the city. The car said I had barely enough gas to get there, so I'm just trying to drive as conservatively as I can. Then I saw a brightly lit speedway that looked open. You can see it from the freeway. So I exit and go fill up. I'm the only car there. The pump does not accept my credit card and gives me an error each time I punch in my zip code. Okay, I figured it's the card reader, so I go inside to pay and ask the cashier for a pack of cigarettes. I'm telling him the brand, but he finishes my sentence, then says, "I thought you were quitting," in a sort of joking tone. Which my tired brain didn't think too much of. A lot of places I regularly get cigarettes remember the kind I like and recognize me. And as a baby-faced woman, I get a lot of comments and jokes about how I should quit. So I didn't think much of it until later, when I realized I'd never stopped there before and didn't recognize the cashier. Anyway, he rings me up. My credit card declines again, I pay cash and go on my way. Didn't think much of it again, except weird. That cashier must have worked at a different gas station where I've seen him before, and assumed that I must have tried my card too many times at the pump, and it got locked for fraud or something. I will drive the same route 2 or 3 more times in 2022. One time, I ran out of gas in almost the same place, and I remembered which speedway and which exit it was, but as I approached the exit, during the day this time, there's no signs for the gas station, and you can't see it at all from the freeway. I assume I passed it or remembered wrong, but it's daytime now, and way more gas stations are open, and I just go to the one at the next exit. Then end up moving to that city in 2023, and occasionally drive past that same exit. Once in a while, thinking, I swear, there used to be a gas station there. Even though it'd be kind of a weird spot for a gas station, on a large verge. This spring, they started construction in that exact spot. Now there's a speedway that hasn't opened yet. It looks exactly like how I remember. On the verge, retaining wall on one side, and multiple one-way ramps entering and exiting the verge on the other side. I don't think I could have remembered that wrong. I can't help but wonder if I somehow glitched into the future. I went to a gas station 3.5 years ago that still hasn't opened yet. I think my card declined because I moved and the zip code for my billing address would be different now, or maybe it was expired in the future. I'm also kind of hopeful because lately I've kind of been considering quitting smoking, but my visit implies that I keep smoking after the new speedway opens, at least long enough for the cashier to recognize me before telling him that I'm quitting. I don't know. I'm kind of scared to go there once it opens, and get a slight sense of dread whenever I drive past it. At the same time, I really want to sketch a picture of what it looked like inside, and then go visit and compare. It would be both vindicating and terrifying if it's how I remember inside too, though. Either way, it feels like a sign from the universe to quit smoking, so maybe I'll just do that and never go back. Time is just different variations of what is possible. And I think you went to one version that is most probable to occur, but it's not set in stone. So will you still be smoking in the future when you arrive at that point? So if you end up quitting smoking, that is on you. Just because you saw it, basically lived it in a vision, I would say. Not just a vision, it was real, but it felt like a vision. But just because you see it in something probable that does mostly come true, you still have free will. So never let a vision of the future break you away from that. You still control your own life, at least your own choices. Case file number 3168, written by TK Cool 73. The Road Through the White. Last summer, me and some friends were doing a weekend trip in the mountains in North Georgia. We were staying at my dad's cabin near Blairsville and wanted to go to another town called Helen. Really cool town, by the way, for those who don't know. We wanted to make a day out of it, so we left for it really early in the morning, and it being the mountains, there was a lot of really dense fog. Now, the road between the two towns goes directly through the Chattahoochee National Forest, so there's basically a 30-minute stretch where there's nothing at all around you. It basically takes you up the top of the stretch of mountains. You drive across their tops for a bit, then it takes you down into the valley where Helen is. So here we are, driving down this road at the top of the mountain, completely surrounded by miles of what is essentially as close to a wilderness you're going to get on the east coast of the US, surrounded on all sides by fog so thick you can only see 10 or 15 feet in any direction at best. The entire time, we didn't see a single other car. It felt really eerie, like we were at the start of a Twilight Zone episode. I half expected the fog to clear, and us to be in a different reality or something. But here's the kicker. When we left at the end of the day, we had to take a different route, because that way had been closed because someone had an accident and nearly drove off the cliff because the fog made it impossible to see the road. And I never saw anything about it on the news. The only reason we knew was because we drove up to that road and a cop was there putting the road closed sign up, and we asked him. It's like the fog was an omen of death. Case file number 3169, written by Nicole. When Words Ignite. Me and my friend went to the ice cream shop in town, and a fire truck passed us. She drove, so I just said, "Man, I hope my car didn't start on fire." And she looked at me like, "Huh? Okay." Then we get back to her house, and we are going to drop my car off at home and go to the bar. So we did, and I get in the car and I, for some reason, said, "My car was fine, so hopefully your car doesn't start on fire." And she was like, "Dude, stop saying that." And then we get to the bar. I get out and what do you know? Her car is on fire. Inside the wheel. And I start yelling like, "Holy crap, your car's on fire." But she didn't believe me at that point until I really started freaking out. Her hubcap had popped off from the heat, and guess where we found it later on that day? Propped up against my car. Like perfectly laid against the wheel of my car. It was so strange. So let's say your gut instinct on steroids. That is the ability some people have to predict the future. I don't think your words actually caused the car to catch fire. That would be tremendous and beyond anything I've ever read. Truly X-Men superpower level stuff. I think it's just prediction. A likely event to occur, maybe spurred on from some subconscious thing you picked up. Maybe the wheel was pressing on the inner rim and that could catch on fire. I don't know how a wheel catches on fire exactly, but whatever mechanism is involved there, I don't think that part is supernatural. I think it's just the prediction ability of your brain is very high. I'm guessing this will happen again if you let it. Case file number 3170, written by Angelion Fee, Heavier Than Cats. My boyfriend and I were in the shower, home alone, just about to get out. We hear what sounds like footsteps, just 4 loud sounds in a row, going down the hallway outside the bathroom. My boyfriend says his mom must be home or his sister, and I agreed. But then I think, they're at work and school, and I was confused why anyone would be home. My boyfriend quickly dries off and goes to check it out. No sign of anyone, no windows or doors open, doors to outside still locked and bolted. Now, we do have 2 cats in the house, but they have distinct footsteps that aren't human-like at all. In hindsight, they did sound heavier than ordinary footsteps. But I was scared for a week after that. Nothing has happened since, but I'm still confused about that one. We both heard it, and just presumed someone was home. So I don't think we both just imagined it. I even asked my boyfriend if he was messing with me, and texted his mom and sister just to confirm they were still where they were, and no one else has keys to this house. Case file number 3171, written by Andy Siff, 2 stars and a mystery. This happened about 35 years ago in Toronto, way before the Matrix came out, so glitch in the Matrix wasn't even a thing yet. I still have no clue what I saw that night, and it didn't feel paranormal or UFO-ish either. So here's the deal. Me and a few friends were chilling on a rooftop one night, just lying back and watching the stars. At some point, we noticed something weird. A star was moving. Not across the sky like a satellite or shooting star, but back and forth between two fixed stars, slowly, consistently, like it was running shuttle drills in space. Each leg of the trip took a few minutes, then it would reverse. Same straight line, no loops, no figure eights, just back and forth. No sound, no flashing lights, no mothership lurking nearby. We watched it for over an hour and never changed, just kept doing its thing. To this day, I've got nothing. It wasn't a satellite. They don't do that. Definitely not a drone. This was the late 80s. Not a comet or meteor. And it didn't behave like anything intelligent either. No reaction to us, no variation, just motion. Yeah, okay, a UFO, unidentified flying object. That's what this was. It doesn't mean that it's alien. It could be. It could be military technology testing, but using alien technology, which is a theory I'm very partial to. The idea that maybe aliens did crash in Roswell in New Mexico in what was 1968? I forgot the exact date. Or 1963. 43? I don't know. One of those dates. And that we reversed engineered our technology from that, or a lot of it. I could believe that. To a certain extent. I think we're still very creative, and I don't want that idea to take away from our own ingenuity. But I think we've advanced so quickly in the past 50 years, 75 years, that, well, it makes you question things. No doubt about that. Were you seeing a UFO, aliens? Maybe. Could just be the government testing things out. And I'm leaning more towards that these days, at least in terms of the UFOs we see. I think if it was aliens, they wouldn't want us and would be able to hide themselves completely, at least from our naked eye. Case file number 3172, written by Bevan Gade, Tanky. Thought comes first. I was lying in bed with my small children on either side. We heard their father coming home, how he put the keys in his pocket and took off his shoes. The children were of course happy and called for him. Silence. I got up and he wasn't home, so I went back to bed with the kids. 15 minutes later, he came home and did the exact same thing. This happened several times when I was a child. Once when I had a fever and went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I longed for Mom. She told me the next day how she saw me transparently float into the room and land next to her in bed. A moment later I did. So my theory is that if you think hard enough about what you want to do next, or if you strongly long for something, you have already visualized it in advance. Thought comes before action. I also think it can be a way to biolocate. Me and my mom have seen each other in dreams and called each other the next day to verify. I believe what we see as reality is actually a masterpiece of momentum that we share with each other. Case file number 3173, written by Slam Slale. The game that opens something. So on some random night, we were chilling with my ex-boyfriend. We sometimes played this shamanic telepathy game. One person chooses among 4 shapes, square, rectangle, circle, and star, and the other person tries to guess which one it is by thinking in silence. So we were playing that, and we were so good at guessing, unlike usual. We were shocked but kept playing. As we were playing that game, we heard a sound coming from my bedroom. It was nothing like we heard before, like a strong vibration, but we heard that as a sound? I can't quite describe it, but it was like it was from another dimension, and our brains tried to make sense of it. We were both scared to go and look. It went on for like 5 minutes, then it stopped. Then I got up from the couch and took a look. There was nothing there. But the crazy thing is, as I got up, I noticed that the sun was rising, but it was like 1 a.m. when we were playing the game. My boyfriend came and took a look. We were like, what the fluck? It was 6 a.m. in the morning all of a sudden. I think we traveled in time maybe by playing that shamanic game. Maybe we opened a door with our minds or something. It's unlikely that we both hallucinated the same thing. Case file number 3174, written by Spatchy14. No keys, no windows, no one. I used to live in an old house as a child. We sold it when I was in my mid-20s. It was always creepy at night, and I swear, I sometimes saw a shadow in the corner of random rooms, but when I looked over, no one would be there. Anyway, a few weeks before he finally moved out, it was about 7 p.m. at night and I was home alone. I was getting ready to go out and had just had a shower. As I was getting dressed, I heard the front door open and close and then very heavy footsteps down the hallway, across the dining room, and then it stopped outside the bathroom door. I assumed someone had come home and they decided to use the toilet, so I yelled out that I was getting dressed and would be out in a sec. No response, no more footsteps. I had this weird goosebumps feeling and was worried that someone had broken in, so I quickly got dressed, peered under the door, couldn't see anything, grabbed the towel holder pole as a weapon and flung the door open. The house was empty, all doors locked, no windows open. I walked outside to the street and my parents' car wasn't there. I rang them and they said they hadn't been home. No one else has a key. I pretty much grabbed my car keys and yeeted out the front door and waited in my car until someone else came home. Parents came home 20 minutes later, did a search and found no one else too. I'm convinced that whatever else lived in that house knew we were leaving and increased its activity to spook us or something. Never had that same creepy feeling in any other house. It's really hard to explain. Case file number 3175, written by Anonymous. The Voice with No Body. I was working late at my first big girl office job. My part of the office was separate from the rest. I worked in debt collections, so the front admin office was separated from the back, which was a collection and legal office by thick, heavy doors, and you had to be buzzed in. The office was designed specifically to keep noise from escaping the collection office, the bullpen, due to the sensitive information that was passed back and forth. In the admin office, we also had a conference room that was separated from the rest of the room with a thick frosted glass wall and doors, instead of actual walls. Anyway, I was alone in the admin office up front, bullpen doors closed, and the collection office was almost empty as well. Our office usually closes at 4, and it was almost 7, so almost everyone had gone home. I was seated immediately next to the front door that opens from the outside vestibule into our suite, with my back towards the rest of the office, typing. I had no music or anything else playing, so it was quiet. The only noise was my typing and paper shuffling if I had to dig through my stack of papers. I sneezed and heard a very whispered but still definitely there, "Bless you." It felt like someone whispered it directly into my ear, and I got a shiver throughout my entire body. I picked up and quickly left. I talked to my boss about it the next day, and she told me that the security cameras pinged on a sound motion alarm around 2 a.m., and when they checked the footage, there was no one in the office. But the frosted glass walls and door to the conference room shattered, like if you hit them with a spark plug. I hated being alone in that office. Nothing else happened to me before or since during my entire time working there, but I always had an uncomfortable feeling in my stomach when I was alone there. Okay, so some entity was there, clear as day. And they gave you a warning? It wasn't malicious. The fact that it shattered the glass later on probably was accidental. I would guess that if you're a spirit, an imprint of who you were before, well, that's an entirely new paradigm for you, an entirely new operating system, you could say. How do you operate as a ghost? The mechanics are probably very different, and you could probably accidentally damage the material world without intentionally doing it. I mean, why would a malicious spirit say "bless you" from someone who sneezed? Doesn't seem like the kind of thing they'd do. There'd be easier ways and more potent ways to scare you if that was their intent. Case file number 3176, written by TugLife94. Breakfast with the Matrix. I, 31 male, have worked on ships and tugs since I was 18. I've been around and heard all of the superstitions of working on the water, but not a single one of those explains my morning. My 7 o'clock alarm goes off telling me I'm late for my watch, so I get up and get dressed as fast as I can, and head to the galley and kitchen for a bit of breakfast before the day starts. I stop in the pantry and grab a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Celsius. I reach the galley and kitchen and set my CTC and Celsius on the countertop, get a bowl and pour myself a big bowl of cereal. Walk to the fridge, grab the milk, and pour over the top. This is where things go weird. I turn from the counter with the bowl and Celsius in hand and head for a seat at the table. I pass by our whiteboard hanging and we have a $20 football pool going and a 9:30 game. So I set my bowl down, write my name under the team I believe to win the game, and go to grab a spoon. I open the drawer and see 3 spoons. Drab one from the back because the one up front is weird shaped and I don't like it. Close the drawer and go to sit down. As I'm sitting down, I feel a light brush around my collarbone area, and bam, and I mean ting ting ting, a mother freaking spoon just appears and lands on the table in front of my eyes. I stood back up so fast, grabbed the spoon and just stared at it for I don't know how long. Retraced my steps and every thought that I had since I woke up 6 minutes ago. It wasn't much to think about, mainly cereal, caffeine, and crap I'm late. As I'm standing there, I get the thought maybe, just maybe, as I grab my spoon from the drawer, I somehow grab 2 of the 3 in there? Nope. I open the drawer and there's still 2 spoons in there. I sat in silence for the next few minutes just staring at the spoon and eating my cinnamon toast crunch, thinking I just snatched a spoon out from being suspended in the Matrix. I texted my wife, and she said I should think about a big pile of cash and see if that works. Case file number 3177, written by Mr. Black Label 71. It spoke inside my mind. My college roommate and I were sitting on the couch, and we heard heavy boots walking down the hallway from his room to the living room. Then they stopped and nobody was there. In the same apartment, we were out one night and it started pouring rain, so we went home because we had all the windows open, but when we got home, all the windows were closed. When I was about 9 or 10, I was at my grandmother's house and woke up in the middle of the night. I looked at the window and saw an odd-shaped head in the window obscured by the curtains. I got super scared because of the head, then really freaked out when I remembered that window was about 15 feet off the ground. I hid under the covers and when I peeked out, it was gone. In high school, I was with my girlfriend messing around in my truck on an old dirt road when a voice in my head screamed, "Get the fuck out of there!" Like hearing a voice through headphones, not from outside the truck. I freaked out and started the truck, threw it in reverse, and turned on the lights as I backed out, and as I did, we could see 4 or 5 things at the edge of the lights. I still have no idea what, how, or why I heard the voice in my head, but it warned us of something. A guardian angel looking out for you, and kinda making you seem like a badass to your girlfriend. I know something bad's gonna happen, we gotta get out of here. And you save her life in a way, or maybe, maybe not save her life, I don't know what the threat was exactly. 4 or 5 entities, or humans possibly, but just knowing that they're there, your guardian angel definitely gave you bonus points, from her perspective, I would say. Case file number 3178, written by Practical Dress 6413. The longest fall in history. 3 of us were in a room where an academic painter taught us to paint. 3 years ago, I'm 40 now. We finished his class and I was supposed to put away this huge basket he gave me to paint above the closet. That basket was quite big and I was busy trying to figure out how to put it so it doesn't fall down. I've been rotating this basket and I don't know how, but I kept on moving to the left, pushing it and struggling with it. Unfortunately, I didn't notice that the lower drawer of the closet was opened, and then it happened. I tripped over it. The funny thing here is that I was falling over it for like 20 seconds. As I remember, I kept on yelling, "Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy," like I knew I was gonna fall as I was aware that I tripped over it. Those 2 guys stood like a couple of meters from me, and I do recall they were chatting while I was yelling, "Oh boy." I think it took me a couple of seconds to realize I was falling because I tripped and guess what? They caught me. Like time slowed down and I was falling so slowly because I remember yelling I'm about to fall down, and they actually managed to catch me. Both of them at the same time, and held my arm so I didn't fall down. Such a weird experience. I think they were aware of what happened too. Case file number 3179, written by I Has Resting Bitch Face. The Door of Light. A close family friend passed away when I was 15. She was practically a second mother to me, and her death was so sudden. Fluck cancer. I didn't even have a week from her diagnosis to her death. Barely had time to process it at the time since I was horribly depressed from being abused as a child. I knew I hadn't processed my grief, but it was almost like my body just didn't have the time at the moment. 2 years later, I was finally okay and finally away from my abuser. I had moved into a new house with my family, and one of the first few nights we were there, I had this dream. I was in a courthouse or some sort of official building, and there she was. She held me close to her, and I could practically smell her perfume in the dream. She never spoke much English, and I didn't speak much Spanish, yet we talked for what felt like hours. We sat there in that building laughing and carrying on until she stood up, gave me one last hug and a kiss on the head, and made her way towards the door. I remember trying to follow her, calling, "Mama, wait!" But it felt so far. She left, and as soon as I was able to make it to the door, I swung it open and light. It was only bright white light. And then I woke up. I woke up with tears in my eyes, saying, "Mama." I think she knew it was a good time to finally say goodbye to me. I'm so glad she waited. Case file number 3180, written by Libert from the Sea. The Second Passing. This happened twice in the same spot on the same road. I live in a city in the UK called Brighton. There's a very long road that goes through the center of the city called Western Road that leads into the next town called Hove. There are long sections of the road where the houses are completely joined, mostly with bars and restaurants underneath. A few years ago, me and my boyfriend were walking back from a restaurant when we noticed a tall man with very large dreadlocks walking towards us. He wasn't particularly noteworthy apart from a colorful jacket he was wearing, although this city is notorious for outlandish and alternative fashion, so it wasn't that strange. He passed us walking at a casual pace. Nearly half a minute later, there he was again, walking towards us. He walked past us again. I didn't say anything at first, but my boyfriend did a double take once he walked past. We both checked our surroundings, baffled. To achieve this, the man would have had to start sprinting down a back alley and around a network of back streets to make it back around to us. He would have had to be almost impossibly fast, but he wasn't out of breath when he came by the second time. We talked about it for years, and whenever we walked down that road, we looked out for the man but never saw him again. Then, last night, we were walking back from the same restaurant we had the first time, and I noticed a very chic couple walking towards us. I noted I liked the woman's Parisian style, and then it happened again. The couple walked past us twice in the space of 15 to 20 seconds. There is something very weird about that road. Case file number 3181, written by Young Beast 2828. The Rainwalker. This happened years ago, but I honestly still remember it like it was yesterday. First, some background about me. I've always loved being active, whether I'd be playing basketball, hiking, lifting weights, or long walks, especially in the rain. For my long walks, I had this huge jug that I'd always carry full of water. It was one of those gallon jugs that came from a Hawaiian Punch my mother had bought from the store prior, and I was reusing the bottle. On this day in question, it was raining outside. In fact, the rain is what woke me up. I knew immediately, I gotta get up and walk before I miss the rain. So I got up and started looking for my water jug. Already this is weird. I say this because the way my room is set up, it's impossible to lose something that size. Imagine a rectangular room with the door in the bottom left-hand corner on the short wall. You open the door, and directly next to the door to your left is a couch with short legs, so the opening under the couch is tiny. Nothing is going under there. The far side of the room, on the opposite short wall, is my futon on the floor. No frame, no box spring, just a mat on the floor. In front of that, on the long wall, was my dresser, which had a tiny opening at the bottom even my kitten couldn't fit under. Directly next to that dresser, I had a desk that I had my TV on, and I'd sit at it and draw and play video games. Opposite to that, on the other long wall, was a shelf high up on the wall that I had suits hanging from for church. That being said, the middle of the floor is empty, and all that's there is a drawstring hanging from the ceiling light that you pull to turn the light on and off. so the water jug being missing makes no sense. Even though it's strange, I waste about 15 minutes tearing my room apart and asking my siblings and parents if they saw or touched it, and I still don't find it. So I give up and go for the walk with a smaller bottle. Hours later I come home, take a hot shower, and get settled in. I invited my brother to my room to watch a movie with me. It's dark in the room, I'm laying on my futon and my brother is laying on the couch across the room from me. During the middle of the movie, out of nowhere, we hear a huge thud like someone dropped a bowling ball or something. I pause the movie, look at him confused, and he looks at me confused too, both of us thinking we threw something at one another. I get up, pull the drawstring, and the lights click on, and I look down, and there is a jug directly in the middle of the floor, the water sloshing around like it had just fallen. Him and I are both staring at each other, in shock, because we both knew that number one, there's no way for it to go missing, but also number two, it was missing. How did it just appear out of thin air in the middle of the floor? Nothing for it to fall off of, nowhere for it to hide under. It's as if it glitched out of the room and then glitched back in later. Case file number 3182, written by B.W. Ferg 78. A visit from the not yet. My wife wasn't expected to be home any earlier than 6, so when she pulled into the driveway at 5:30, my dog and I were both surprised. At first, my dog did her usual happy dance when Mama was home, then suddenly froze and barked. I saw her work van come out the driveway, then saw her go to the mailbox, then start walking up the door through a slit in the blinds. But she never made it to the door. I checked the camera, nothing there, no record of the event. I texted my wife, she was still about 45 minutes away. When she got home, my dog again reacted with her happy dance, but didn't freeze and bark this time. I once again saw the van pull up, the wife went to the mailbox, and she walked up to the door, only this time she walked in the door. Case file number 3183, written by Pentalones. After the altar. My family and I celebrated the Day of the Dead for the first time ever. We put up pictures at my brother's house and we just talked about our departed family members. It was nice. We had put up a banner as well. Once we were done, we were just sitting in the living room. Mind you, the AC was not on and there were no windows or doors open. Out of nowhere, the banner just looked as if it blew in the wind. It happened only once, and it was still again. We shrugged it off. Then my boyfriend and I went home. A little context. We have a dog that likes to escape, and is also a guard dog, as in he barks at every little sound or guest. We had fence extenders added in that makes it very difficult to open the gate to our backyard due to some zip ties, and the fence extenders aren't sturdy enough to climb. Keeps the dogs in. As we were falling asleep, we heard a steady knock on the back door leading to the backyard, and it woke us both up. We slowly looked through our bedroom window, which showed the back door clearly, and there was no one there. Plus, how could there be anyone there? It's impossible to get in our backyard. Also, our dog, who barks at the slightest sound, was knocked. My heart was beating so fast. We looked out as soon as we heard the knock, and no one was there. My boyfriend got up to double check all the doors, and after about 20 minutes, we laid back down and tried to go back to sleep. 10 minutes later, the same exact knock again on the back door. Look again. Nothing. Even though I advised him not to, my boyfriend decided to go outside and take a look around. Thankfully, there was nothing and no sign of our fence having been opened. Again, zip ties would need to be cut to open the gate. I prayed, and we went to bed. I think something tried to attach itself to us since we were in a vulnerable, emotional state, but I'm not sure. Case file number 3184, written by Price vs. Oh My God Bears, Eldritch Fog over New Mexico. Me and the lads were taking shifts, driving back from the most budget snowboard trip ever. 3 a.m., slapping Tiger Balm on all our sacks just to stay awake. all the fun stuff. Well, around 5 a.m., it's pitch black, and we are deep in the middle of a long straight patch of nowhere highway in New Mexico. I was at the wheel, and instantaneously, I couldn't see above the car. A solid, perfectly flat-bottomed fog cloud descended to just maybe 2 feet above the car and held firm in place. Nothing on the ground at all. It lasted this way for about 5 to 10 minutes. It was bizarre beyond words, but not that scary, at least at first. Then, we came up on a long bridge. As we were driving across the bridge, these thick tentacles of fog started spiraling up and over from underneath the bridge onto the paved road. I swear they were reaching towards the car. It was fucking terrifying, as at least 6 of these 3-foot in diameter fingers of fog appeared and slapped down, either just before or right onto the car. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have called it the biggest exaggeration. Whatever they were sucked onto the car for half a minute, unable to see beyond the visibility of a few feet due to the fog. I floored the car over the bridge, and we never looked back. It took us weeks before we were willing to talk about it, and even though 4 of us saw whatever that was we saw, we still have trouble believing it ourselves. Yeah, so harkening back again to one of my favorite movies, The Mist, just such an interesting vibe. To experience it in actual reality is... I couldn't even imagine it. I mean, you didn't see weird spider monsters with acid silk shooting out of them, so that's a plus. But a tentacle monster, kind of combining The Mist with Pirates of the Caribbean and the Kraken. I think I'm good. Your car was basically the Black Pearl. Thankfully not dragged down to Davy Jones' locker, but hey, if you had stayed there, who the hell knows? What are they experimenting with? Is this some military test and they're actually opening portals to different dimensions or different realities, different universes? And they're just pouring over very distant universes where creatures there are entirely different from what we know. I mean, if you go back and even on Earth, there are some animals and species that would seem alien to us in a way that would almost be like fantasy or sci-fi. So yeah, I could see that. A different universe far enough away where things are so different that what comes out of it is like an eldritch monster. Damn. Case file number 3185, written by Consistent Roof 4685, Flicker and Fall. So, the other night, my husband and I woke up at 3 a.m. and started to hear this really weird sound, like something was slowly falling in our room. So we shined a flashlight in the general direction, and we couldn't find or see what it was. Then slowly, we started to see a weird neon light flashing on the wall. Then it would just disappear. After a few moments of this, our vision started pulsating, going in and out. I started freaking out, asking my husband if he noticed it too, which he did. After a few minutes of the pulsating, everything started spinning. Over in the corner of the wall, where we had just pointed the flashlight and looked, it started making a vortex, or portal, looking like a thing that would not stop. The only time we couldn't see it was if we had some type of light source in the bedroom, so we had to sleep that night with a nightlight on. We've never experienced anything like that before, and haven't seen it again since. Case file number 3186, written by Crowning Blunder, Security Breach in Reality. I work with some pretty sensitive documents. At the end of the day, the documents are locked away in a safe in our office. It's an industrial-looking safe, heavy, only openable with a very unusually shaped key. There are only 2 keys. One is kept by my immediate supervisor, and one by her boss. He keeps it locked away in his own office's safe. One day, we locked up the documents and left for the day. We used our key. I, my boss, and another colleague witnessed this. The next day, we needed the documents, and so we needed to open the safe. However, we couldn't find the key. This was really serious, because a missing key is a major security risk. Like, it's a serious breach and needs to be investigated. We really needed to get the documents, though, so we went to my boss's boss and got his key. He took the keys and went with us to our safe. When we opened the safe, we took out the documents, along with the missing key, which was somehow inside the safe. The safe we locked with those same keys. We can't explain it. The only way that could happen is if we locked the safe, somehow dropped the keys were picked up by the big boss, and then he used his key to open our safe, deposit those keys for some reason, and then lock the safe and somehow forget to tell us that it all occurred. We asked. He said he didn't. He doesn't seem to be lying, and we're not sure why he would lie. Case file number 3187, written by KN4S, The Pedal That Kept Time. Pretty sure my parents' apartment is, or at least was, haunted. I had several super eerie experiences when I lived there. My sister and mom too. I once sat, gaming in my room, when in the corner of my eye I saw this shadow watching me. I quickly turned around and it instantly vanished. Several occasions when I've walked towards the door of my room, and just as I'm about to open it, it opens by itself. I have woken up from the feeling of someone yanking my arm, and when I woke up, I realized my bedlight was on and pointing point blank right at my face. I woke up another time in the middle of the night and realized my pillows and blanket were neatly stacked on the floor, and I was sleeping just on the plain mattress. I once heard my mom walk up to the bathroom as I was brushing my teeth, creaky floor, and she has a distinct walking pace, thinking she'd forgotten something, so I turned around to ask about it, but nobody was there and she was still sleeping. My sister once took a nap midday when she came home from school early and woke up to hear all the keyboards in the apartment clicking at the same time, as if people were typing on them super loudly from every room. My mom was once watching a music show in the living room. We had an exercise bike there at the time, and she saw the pedal swinging in tune with the music. The apartment is over 100 years old, so I guess it has some history. Never felt unsafe there in general, although it is kinda uncomfortable being there alone. Most of the weird crap kinda stopped happening around 4 or 5 years ago. I've also only had sleep paralysis once in my life, and it was there. Was facing a wall, so I didn't see anything, only felt an oppressive force of fear. Not too much to add on this one, it's just a spirit story, pretty conventional. I just like that you say you didn't feel threatened or scared being there. Maybe uncomfortable a bit because it's unusual, but yeah, most spirits are just echoes of people that were there, and most people are decent, or decent enough, right? They're not malicious sadists like Joffrey in Game of Thrones or something like that. They're just people. So yeah, they're not out to get you. They're just ripples of energy, still coagulated towards the impression of whoever was there before that left it. Like the ripple in a pond, it'll fade away eventually. But, yeah, generally nothing to be scared of. Case file number 3188, written by Anonymous, The House in the Glen. There's a lot of 1930s Depression-era abandoned farmsteads still standing to this day in my hometown. When I was a teen, every year from mid-September to late October, Halloween, spooky, my friends and I would take flashlights and go around to these abandoned homes thinking we would see or hear something, a light, an orb, a voice, some footsteps upstairs or in the staircase. Well, this one home we always found particularly daunting. No one knew its story. No relatives of the family remained in the community. They just upped and left this whole farm one day when times were tough. It's also incredibly secluded. It's not visible from any roads and is essentially hidden in the middle of this thickly treed glen, surrounded with thickets and spruce and willows. It was only accessible on this washed-out, muddied-up road that would bury anything less than a Jeep or a decent 4x4. The nearest farm is 5 miles away in any direction. Our first time ever exploring it, all three of us saw 2 balls of light dart from what would have been the kitchen to the master bedroom. We froze in fear and raced outside. After collecting our breath and deciding that we all did in fact see the same thing, we gathered up our courage and tiptoed back inside the front door, Mystery Inc. style. Well, we made it just inside the front hall, when from behind, from the direction we entered, a gravelly yet hissing, low voice growled, "Hey." Zoom out. 3 scrambled, panicked teenagers sprinted up to my pickup and ripped out of there. I don't think we even touched the front steps, just shot clear out. We never ever went back to that house. To this day, we don't even talk about it. Case file number 3189, written by Salt Musician 8262. Blinded before Denver. A few years ago, I was driving home to Denver from my sister's house 2 hours away. I had to work at 6 a.m. and left my sister's house at 10 p.m., way later than I meant to leave, so I should have gotten home around midnight. I got my 2 kids in the car and started driving north on I-25 to Denver, a drive I'd done a bunch of times, and currently still drive. It takes about 30 minutes to get to the Colorado Springs from Pueblo, and I looked down a quick second to check the time, which said exactly 10:30 p.m., and looked up to see a blinding light, a white-yellow color in my rearview mirror, and squinted my eyes because I couldn't see. And the next thing I knew, I took a right turn and was in front of my place in Denver. I don't remember driving past Colorado Springs or the rest of the way home. I was shaking and scared and looked at my cell phone, and it said it was 10:30 p.m.? So did my car radio. My daughter was like, "Mommy, how are we home already? That was fast," she said. I called my sister, freaking out, and asked what time it was and when I left, and she was like, "Seriously? You left my house 30 minutes ago." And it was now 10:33 p.m. She was like, "Quit messing with me. There's no way you made a 2-hour drive in 30 minutes. I'm still so confused about this glitch, and my gas tank was still full, but it should have been almost empty. I try not to drive late on I-25 anymore. What's crazy is that it's happened a few more times since, and I can't figure this out. Anyone else drive on I-25 in Colorado, and has this happened to you? Alright, so in this case, yeah, aliens 100%, right? What's striking to me is that you keep driving on this road and it's happened to you multiple times. I guess if you don't feel it, like the experience itself would be jarring because you seem to not lose time but just be ported ahead. Like aliens will experiment on you, maybe they can pause time in fact, and then they just move you ahead towards your destination. And you have confirmation of this because of the gas tank not being empty, so it's not like you drove while time was paused but you were still using gas. No, your car itself was transported as well. It could even be combined with space-time portals. Maybe aliens are responsible for those, or at least in part, and that could be part of it. But the lights you're witnessing, yeah, I think that does point towards alien abduction, you know. Make sure to check your body for any markings, scars, implants, anything like that, even if very small, could point towards it. Although, maybe you don't even want to know, honestly, and I don't blame you if that's the case. I don't know if I would want to. Never had any indication of being abducted, and if I did, something like this happened to me, well, I can tell you I wouldn't go under hypnosis. Case file number 3190, written by Dizzy114. The Cat's Secret Supplier. Y'all, I don't know if I'm crazy, if my partner is messing with me, or if it's just a glitch in the Matrix. This is the most random thing ever. So I bought a bag of cat food in August. Usually they last a month or so. I just bought a medium-sized bag. A month ago, I noticed it's getting low, maybe a couple cups left, and I told my boyfriend we need to get more food soon. The next day, the bags were half full again. About 10 to 15 cups of food if I had to guess. I don't know what I thought. Maybe I'd seen it wrong. Then 2 weeks ago, it's getting low again, and I said to my partner, "It's low again," and lo and behold, the next day it's got more food again. Instead of a few days, it had a couple weeks worth, and the bag's heavier than the night before. I was wondering if maybe he, my partner, was refilling it? Maybe with cheaper food. I asked him and he said no. I don't know why he would ever lie, and I looked in the garbage. There's no empty cat food bags in there. We live in a 1-bedroom apartment, so there's nowhere he could hide it. Last night, the bag is empty. There's crumbs and a handful of food. I tell him we need to go tomorrow to get more food. I wake up and there's a week or two worth of food in it again. He said he saw the crumbs in the food bowl too, and he doesn't know what the fuck is happening either. It was so empty I couldn't scoop. I had to use my hand. And I literally remember there just being crumbs. Now there's a week or two of food left again. What the fuck? Yeah, okay, so this is a constant source of DOP, like a leak from one universe to a different one. A sense where food is being stolen accidentally. Not stolen, but just it's like a bucket that's leaking water. Just in this case, instead of being physical matter, it's leaking through the universe. And in fact, if this is so consistent, you could probably even install a camera in there and see it happening. Imagine actually having video evidence of DOP. That'd be incredible. Or your partner is indeed just pranking you. But, where's the reveal? Come on. Get that payoff. What are you doing, bro? Case file number 3191, written by Aria Chang 24, The Loyal Spirit. My friend and I saw a ghost dog. We were meeting up at the house of a friend's girlfriend. This was a corner house and we parked on the side. We weren't necessarily paying much attention because we were talking, but we noticed and acknowledged 3 dogs ahead sticking over the backyard looking at us. We go inside and after some time, the girlfriend says, "You guys want to meet the dogs?" So we do. She lets one in and we pet it and stuff, and she talks about them. And I respond, "Hey, so where's the 3rd dog? Because so far we only see 2. And she only mentioned the 2 dogs, a golden retriever and this big husky." She responds that there's only 2 dogs, with a confused look. And we tell her that we saw on the side 3 dogs' heads sticking out, looking at us. And we described the color and stuff to her, and she was very concerned and said to us that she had a 3rd dog, but it died some months ago. So very awkwardly, we kind of played it off like we were mistaken, but later on we talk about it again, and we both did see 3 dogs. Because the thing is, it would be one thing if I myself was mistaken because I didn't pay much attention, but the fact that my friend also saw it just doubles down on it. We left after some time, and we saw as we were getting into the car, the backyard, and 2 dog heads looking at us. But like there was no other way to mistake it, we definitely saw 3 before. Case file number 3192, written by Plastic Interesting 46. When every day gets weird. So, yesterday, me and my daughter gave a ride to a young woman because her groceries were heavy and I could hear her ask for help to charge her phone so she could call a friend. I am a woman, running on 50, out with my teenage daughter. Of course I offered her a ride. It was not far and her bags were really heavy. So we gave her a ride, no details exchanged, no names, no nothing. I then gave her the extra charging cable I had in my car because we have multiple ones at home. Anyways, today I was getting my kid from town. She had been shopping with a friend. I looked through our cable drawer to bring another one to the car because my battery was low. However, when I got to my car, there was an exactly similar cable already plugged in as the one I gave away. Same design, same amount of wear and tear. This young woman does not know where I live. She doesn't know my name, and I do not know her name. My teenager also remembers very well that I gave the cable to this young woman. The car has been locked all the time. So yeah, the hell. Case file number 3193, written by Me Comet, Your Dinosaur. Velvet and Ghosts. This happened at least 10 years ago, and I only have told my wife and mom about it. I used to live in a very small city and took the bus to work every day. I lived on the outskirts of the city, so the bus was usually pretty empty. I get on one day and see about 5 people on it. Normally I don't pay attention to anyone, but today was different. Today, there was an older woman with gray hair wearing what looked like a purple velvet dress. Her shoes reminded me of ballet shoes, and she wore this big, wide-brimmed yellow hat. There was a pattern that I couldn't make out on the hat, but there was some purple on it too. The ride to the downtown terminal took about 30 minutes, where I'd catch my transfer to work. I'm sitting at the back of the bus, and she's somewhere in the middle. When we reached the terminal, I noticed she was getting off too. I exited through the back door and saw that she was still making her way toward the front. She was moving slowly, so I was sure I got off the bus before her. I needed to grab some cash, so I headed straight to the ATM. It's only about a 30-second walk from where the bus stops. The ATM is right beside the washrooms. As I approached, I swear on my life, the same woman walked out of the woman's washroom. Same dress, same shoes, same yellow hat with the purple pattern. There was no way she could have passed me without me seeing her. There's no way she could have gotten off the bus, gone inside, and come back out in that short a time. But there she was. That was the last time I ever saw her. I didn't see her inside the terminal or waiting outside for another bus. Case file number 3194, written by Random Cat 007. Whispers from the Woods. In high school, during summer, I'd be home alone while my parents were at work, and my older brother had moved out to college already, and I'd have to do chores and whatnot while they were gone. We had 2 dogs at the time, and one dog had the bad habit of leaving their property to go on adventures. They live in an extremely rural area, and the back of the house faces national forest. I was in the house at the time doing whatever, when I heard my mom's voice yell to me at what seemed from the other side of the house or from the patio. "Hey, go get the dogs!" And I even replied, "Okay," not even thinking about how I'm supposed to be home alone. So I go out the backyard, and sure enough, the dogs are freaking past our fence, making their way into the field and oak trees. So I go out and call them back. Go back in the house and go, "Oh my god, you were right, they were leaving." And then I waited and had no response. And I remembered, oh crap, no one's home though. So I go room to room and check the driveway for cars, no one. When my parents come home, I told them the story, and they're huge believers in ghosts, so they think it was the original owner, this older lady who passed away in the house, just from old age. It was the only time I had an experience like this, ever, and I've never felt weird or scared in the house. If anything, I felt like it was a positive experience, and whatever it was just trying to help. Another one, not a ghost, but just creepy. In college, I'd drive the 4 hours back to visit my parents. I take an old rural highway for like the last half of the drive. Lots of vineyards and ranches. It was super late at night, well past 9 or 10 p.m., so it was pitch black on the road. All of a sudden, this guy appears in my headlights, sitting on the side of the road. He looked kinda like a migrant worker or someone typical of the area. It startled me to see someone out in the middle of nowhere, just chilling. He didn't have anything with him either, no bags or anything to look like a hitchhiker. He just waved as I drove by, and then it was pitch black again. I looked ahead and in the rear view. I never passed any cars on the side of the road either. It was just so random and creepy out, cause dude was just sitting in the pitch black night on the side of a rural county road. Hope he got a ride. You know, like I said, most spirits just friendly, even helpful, and just going about their business, but hey, they see a potential issue, and they wanted to brace against it for you. Why not? I mean, if you were a ghost, you'd be friendly, wouldn't you? I mean, again, yeah, we all know I'd be a prankster, but I wouldn't be malicious, and if there's some actual problem, like dogs getting lost or hurt potentially by wild animals in the national forest, I'd want to help. Prevent that. Yeah. My eyes are juicy. 2 tails down. One evening, I was in my apartment. I live alone. Talking to my sister on the phone. My cat, who had been lazing about on his cat tree all evening, suddenly sat up alert, staring hard at the corner of my living room. He wouldn't take his eyes off that one spot. It was like he was watching something, but there was nothing there. He got up and walked super slowly towards it, tail down, very unlike his usual behavior, never taking his eyes off this thing in the corner of the room. At this point, my other cat got up from his nap spot on the floor and also started watching this thing in the corner of my living room. They were both acting scared, walking super slowly with their tails down, never taking their eyes off the corner of my living room. At one point, my cat suddenly looks up and across the living room, down the hall, into my bedroom, and finally in my closet. Both cats now are just sitting outside my bedroom closet, not moving, staring very concernedly and scared at my closet. This goes on for hours. They do not move, just sit outside my closet staring, scared. It's way past my bedtime, but I can't sleep because I'm too scared and my cats are both just sitting outside my closet, not moving. Finally, I decide enough is enough and I get up to firmly shut the closet door. Both of my cats jump up and run out of the room. Me, closing the closet door, scared the crap out of them, even though they watched me get up and close it. Something scared them that night. In the 15 years I've had those cats, they've only behaved like that one time, never before or after. I suspect a ghost came to visit me that night. Case file number 3196, written by Kindred Secret. Ashes in the Corner. My dad's girlfriend, I'll refer to as stepmom because she's now my stepmom, my brother and I went up to the wooded area of my northern Pennsylvania, ironically near Lake Eerie, to visit my grandmother. My great-grandmother had lived there for years and had oxygen and other things, and she just recently passed away a few weeks before we came to visit. There has been conflict on where my brother and I were sleeping, and ultimately we were placed in the room where our great-grandmother had died. My brother took her bed, and I took a cot that was beside the TV. It was a small room, and a bunch gave me red flags immediately. There were pictures that looked like eyes following you, one notably being my dad when he was back on deployment with a rifle. It was at the head of where my bed was. There was a stuffed animal that was put in the corner of the room by the door, full of ashes by the deceased loved ones. It only got worse from there, but you get the point. Later on, it was time to go to bed, and so I laid on the cot. I couldn't doze off, and I went onto my phone. I was scrolling through a social media platform, Instagram to be specific, while also texting a friend through that. It was about 11 p.m. I think, and I heard my brother move around. I look over and see him sit up. His eyes were shut, but I called his name, seeing if he was awake. He wasn't. I remember him raising his hand up, pointing at the open door. Get out, he kept repeating a few times before laying back down. Of course, I was panicking. I was only about 11, maybe 12. My brother was the same age as we are twins. I don't really remember, as this was a few years ago. Trying to wake him up was my instant reaction, and he didn't open his eyes at all. I finally eased up about 5 minutes later, but it happened again and again. I would say it was finally 12:30 before my grandmother walked into the kitchen for a glass of water. She saw me awake, and me being as panicked as I was, she asked why I was awake, and so I decided to come clean no matter how insane I sounded. Hell, it was unbelievable. She called me insane, verbatim. You're insane. That wouldn't happen. Me being about 11 at the time, I was full of ignorance. I told her to wake him up then, and see if he remembered anything. Since I couldn't wake him, I didn't think she could. She walked over to him and placed her hand on his left cheek, and he stirred awake. My jaw dropped and she looked over at me with the "I told you so" look. Something about how she did it utterly terrified me. She hushed him back to sleep, and she scolded me, again calling me insane. She told me to go to sleep, but I refused to sleep in that room. She eventually moved me to the lower level of the house, the couch. She took my phone from me, and I had to coax it out of her in the morning. When we were leaving, I told everyone in the car what happened. At first they didn't believe me, laughing, but then my brother said he somewhat remembered being woken up in the middle of the night. And then it all clicked. He was the one experiencing this because he slept in the deceased grandmother's bed. Ever since then, I've believed that maybe, just maybe, the paranormal existed. But I could have just made it up. Maybe I was insane as my grandmother said. No idea. Guess I'll never have any answers. This story just rubs me the wrong way because of your grandmother's reaction. I get it, we react to weird situations differently, but to call an 11-year-old kid who's, clearly terrified, insane, I don't get that. That just seems wrong to me. I don't know. Case file number 3197, written by Magic Spa, The Fat Man and the Little Princess. I remember being 5 years old. Back then I used to have bizarre dreams, very unusual dreams, the sort that would be more interesting to and make more sense to an adult than a kid. Like one time, when I was 5 years old, I dreamed I was a powerful general, in a cape, surveying the remnants of some battle. In the distance, silhouetted against the sunset, I could see figures of soldiers running out of a castle and falling off a cliff, while nearby a little goblin-like aide or assistant was waiting for orders. The goblin-like assistant looked a lot like Jacques Cousteau, by the way. Even now, more than 40 years later, I can't see a pic of Jacques Cousteau and not remember that old goblin being who was asking me what command I would next issue. Anyway, the day before I started primary school, yes, I really was that young, I had a dream where a big, fat, slightly ugly man with dark curly hair was on one knee in front of a beautiful little girl who was dressed like a princess. The room was dark, but looked like a room in a mansion or castle, and there was a large fireplace burning behind them. The fat man was begging the little girl for something and pleading, "Make haste," in a regional English accent. It sounded like, "Make haste," to my Scottish ears, while the little girl looked down at him silently, her lip curled in contempt or disgust. The thing is, the next day, on my first day of primary school, I actually saw that little girl. Her name turned out to be Fiona. I remember how bemused I was to meet someone in real life that I'd only seen in a dream before, and I tried to explain it to her, but given that we were young kids, the discussion didn't get very far. After trying to explain that I'd met her before, it never came up between us again. If I couldn't articulate it, she was never going to understand, and if I couldn't understand it myself, how could I expect her to? I sometimes think about those dreams and why I would have them back then, when they made no sense and did not contain elements I could relate to. At the time, I didn't even know what "make haste" even meant, but there I was, dreaming of someone saying it, using it correctly and in context to someone I hadn't yet met in real life. I think dreams can be a highway towards a higher dimensional realm of information, which is all reality is at the end of the day. If it is a simulation, then everything can be broken down into bytes of information. And so you have these dreams that may even just be replays of past lives, maybe not even your lives, maybe just lives of other people. The weird thing about our subconscious is it's not like a computer where it's replaying exactly the information fed in. It's interpreting that information and trying to feed it into your conscious mind in a way that you'll understand. And as a 5-year-old, that's a challenge in of itself, because even the ordinary and direct translation of that information wouldn't necessarily make sense to you. So maybe that's why there's goblins involved, or Jacques Cousteau as a goblin. But yeah, you have this information, and like knowing about a girl that's going to be in your class before you meet her. Well, she exists, it's in real time, it's just information separated by a few miles. Could definitely be fed into your brain somehow, without involving, weird time prediction or anything like that. Case file number 3198, written by Chaotic Goodness 789. A Childhood Returned. I was alone in our house, cleaning out our garage and looking through a tub of old stuff. I found a journal of mine from when I was little, around the same age as my daughter now. It was a very distinctive Babysitter's Club guided journal. I read a few pages, then took it upstairs to my daughter's room and set it on her bookshelf to read together later that night, because I thought she would get a kick out of it. I was very intentional about where I placed it, so that I would see it when we went to read that night. I then went back down to the garage to keep cleaning. I start going through the same tub, take out a few books, then find the same journal again? At first I thought it might be a duplicate, but I looked at the first few pages and it had the same drawings and journal responses. I went back upstairs to my daughter's bookshelf and it wasn't there anymore. I have no explanation. Case file number 3199, written by The HUD 18. Letters from the Other Side. I have two experiences. One's mine, and the other one is my mother's. They both happened just after my dad died. I'll start with mine. So, my dad died in December of 2011 of cancer. I was just about to turn 9. He had cancer on 2 separate occasions, one a few years before, but this second time, he was only ill for about 3 months. My family knew he wouldn't make it to my birthday, 20th, or Christmas. So we had an early birthday for me on the 2nd, which my brothers and I stayed home from school for, and Christmas on the 4th. I went back to school on the 5th. First thing in the morning, we had an assembly. I was sitting on the floor and suddenly felt as if I wasn't in the room. Everything I could hear sounded muffled. I looked towards the front and saw my father flash on the presentation for just a fraction of a second. And in that instant, I felt an ice-cold breeze wash over me. I looked around in the hall to see if anyone else saw it, and as I turned around to my right, I directed my attention to the exit to the playground. Stood in the doorway was my dad, with the light from outside beaming around him. As I blinked, he vanished. I turned around to my front again, and that very moment, a friend's mom who worked at the school walked in through the door, drove me home, where I found out my dad had just died about a half an hour before. The other story happened to my mom a couple months later. My mom worked at a school in the area, but had taken a lot of time off after Dad passed, understandably. For a bit of context, my dad was terribly short-sighted and always talked about getting laser eye surgery, but never got around to sorting anything out. When my mom went back to work, she had a few bits of mail waiting for her in reception, mostly pointless administration stuff, but when opening one, despite being addressed to her on the envelope, the letter inside was to my dad. This was strange enough, as my dad was never affiliated with the school's address, as he and my mom were separated when she got the job. The letter inside read of a referral for laser eye surgery, following an appointment dated to December 6, 2011, the day after he died. I'm not sure if the second one is eerie or just sort of comforting, as my mom always took it as Dad letting us know he was okay. Case file 3200, written by Flashy Turnip 5146. Aisle 6 went silent. I was in the grocery store last Saturday. Super busy night, as it was dinner time. I had 3 items to get. I was walking on the backside of the aisles. Our self-checkout is at the beginning of aisle 6, the egg and cheese aisle. I get my 3 items and proceed to walk down aisle 6. I see that the line for self-checkout is halfway down the aisle. Multiple people back to back, standing in line. I can tell every register at self-checkout is full. I decided I'm going to check the regular lines to see if there are any shorter. I walk up aisle 7 to do so. The lines were no better. I thought in that moment, no way, I'd rather wait in the self-checkout. I turn around to go back down aisle 6. Here's the kicker. Everyone was gone. No one, not a soul in sight. No one in line, no one else in the aisle at all. Feeling like I was slightly crazy, I turned and did a 360 in the middle of the store. Literally like, where did everyone go? I was able to walk right into self-checkout and pay. There is no way that another register was opened in the 10 seconds it took for me to walk to the front. No other lanes were open. There's no way all those people cleared out before I could walk to the front. I was extremely confused and still am. Everyone I talk to about it just doesn't think it's as crazy as I do. So if we think about it, what is a glitch? A glitch, in my opinion, is an error in the simulation, one that isn't immediately corrected. I think they're constantly correcting themselves, but sometimes some slip through and we notice them. And I think in this case, well, there's dead pocket servers where people are transferred temporarily to, I think, before moving to a different universe. I think maybe that happened to you, or maybe it was just an accidental error and you were moved or aware of that dead pocket server before being brought back. Because it happened so suddenly and quickly, I think that's probably just an error. Case file 3201, written by Bezman8. Faith, Fear, and Fluorescence. When I was 13, one gloomy Sunday after a church service, my mom stayed back to talk to the minister. After a while, the whole church cleared out and it was just me, my mom, and the minister. It didn't seem like the conversation was ending, so I went to the other side of the church to shoot some hoops in the gymnasium. Most of the lights throughout the building had already been shut off. The only thing lighting the gym was a small skylight, so it was fairly dim. In one poorly lit corner of the gym was a locked storeroom. I'd only seen it opened a few times before, but never really had a good look inside. It felt mysterious to me, and I always was wary of it, especially when I was alone. I was shooting hoops for some time, but every now and then, I looked back at the door to make sure the portal to hell hadn't opened. Sure enough, at one point I heard a creak. I turned my head to see the door opening gradually outwards, revealing its black interior. My blood ran cold, and then I heard a deep, slow, throaty laugh from within. Ho, ho, ho. I instantly dropped the basketball. My own balls retreated, and I ran for the exit. I reached my mom and the minister, heart racing, but I was too flustered to say anything. My mom didn't notice my condition, and shortly after we left, I didn't pay any glances back towards the gym. I didn't tell anyone about it for over a decade, thinking I wouldn't be believed or talking about it would draw too much attention to it. I don't think I ever went back to the gym alone, nor ever saw the door open again. Anyway, 17 years later, I no longer believe in the paranormal, but I still think back on this and try to rationalize it. The obvious theory is that the door was just not properly locked, and it eventually released at one point and slowly drifted open. I then perhaps misinterpreted that sound as an evil laugh, but at the same time, it didn't sound like an artificial laugh, it sounded straight from a cliché horror movie. In my brain, it's still such a fearful memory that plays every now and then. I'll never shake it. Case file number 3202, written by Mentally Recovering. White light, black road. I work at 5 a.m., so I left the house at 4:30 a.m., and it's obviously dark. I'm going about my merry way when I come upon a semi-truck in front of me. This semi-truck did not have a trailer. I could tell it didn't because I saw the lights on the bottom of the hitch part. I am behind them a while, again they have no trailer, when I decided to pass them. I switch into the left lane, speed up, and get beside them. All of a sudden, there is a white trailer with lights on the side of it. A whole trailer just appeared. I am so confused because when I was behind the semi-truck, I saw black nothing and the lights on the bottom of the hitch. I'm obviously so confused, but continue to pass them and get in front of them. They were in my rearview mirror the whole time, and I'm sure it was the same truck because our vehicles were the only two on the road at 4:30 a.m. A few miles down the road, I need to switch to the exit lane on the right side and slow down to 45 miles per hour. Again, the truck I just passed was still in my rearview mirror. While I'm slowing down, the semi passes me on my left, and again, there is a white trailer with lights on the side. However, when it was in front of me, the trailer part was in front, so the truck had fully passed me. The trailer disappeared, and I saw nothing but black and the lights on the bottom of the hitch part. How could I miss a white trailer? I'm convinced it was either a glitch or I'm losing my mind. I will add I get up and on the road at 4:30 a.m. regularly for my job, so I wasn't sleep deprived. Case file number 3203, written by Lil Beams, The Stranger in Atlanta. In 1987, my wife and I were living in Raleigh, North Carolina, but I was temporarily living in Atlanta, Georgia for a few months, working on a contract. The whole region was going through a severe drought at the time. Everything was brown and the lawns were dying. When I spoke to my wife that day, by phone, she told me they'd had a huge rainstorm in Raleigh that dumped many inches of rain. Okay, good news for my lawn, but I didn't think much more about it. Later that day, I went to meet some coworkers at a local restaurant, and as I walked into the restaurant, a man I'd never seen before smiled and said, "Wish it would rain like that on my lawn," as he walked past. When the shock of what he said just hit me, I turned to ask him how he knew about that conversation, but he was already gone. To this day, I have no idea who he was or how he could have known about my conversation with my wife. I've always been skeptical of clairvoyance, but that's the only explanation I can come up with. So yeah, there are people I think who possess the ability to just look at a person and absorb information from their past lives. Maybe recent information, and it's all happening subconsciously. That could apply in this case. Or you just have government agents that are spying on you, and for some reason they were teasing you, taunting you. I don't know. Are you that important? I wonder. Case file number 3204, written by individual ad 869. Drinks in the back. My best friend, female 19, and I, female 19 too, decided to go to this antique shop before heading home. We walk in and what I'm assuming to be the owner, male in his 60s, tells us there are drinks in the back, and we're like, okay, cool. A little odd, but we start looking around. We get to this one corner, and the hair on the back of my head stands up. This has never happened before, and she doesn't tell me till after we left, but that's about the point. Her stomach drops too. We keep looking around and get to this one glass case by the checkout desk, and the older guy tells us we can open it. So I start to, and he just spawns behind us and opens it. My friend is standing in front of it, and I'm behind her to the side. The dude stays standing directly behind us, close enough to feel his breath. I try to stand between them and get her to move. He finally steps back a bit, and we keep walking deeper into the store. My hair still feels uncomfortable, but I ignore it, thinking I'm just cold. We're walking down this hallway, and she tells me to look back discreetly, and this man is staring us down in his chair with a really uncomfortable gaze in his eyes. We brush it off and enter one of the back rooms. I'm looking at some stuff and my best friend says, "We need to leave now." She feels super uncomfortable and that something's wrong. When I looked at her, I could tell immediately this wasn't a joke. While we were trying to leave, this guy asked if we were leaving so soon, and we dipped. While we were getting in the car, he was staring at us through the window. On the way back, I told her about how my hair was feeling uncomfortable, and she told me her stomach dropped at around the same time, talked about the weird things, and thought about how weird it was that our feelings got stronger the closer we got to where they were keeping the drinks. Glad to now know what my instincts feel like physically for the future. Yeah, so you just trusted your gut, you and your friend, and hey, I always say trust your gut, and it's important. I think our guts carry so much information just of the mundane realm, the subconscious picking up on things that aren't quite right. And it's not always correct. Maybe this guy just didn't have, hesitism and doesn't understand social cues and all that. Possible. Maybe he didn't have anything nefarious planned, but better safe than sorry. You don't have to be rude to him, just if you're uncomfortable, leave. Well done. Case file number 3205, written by Lion in School. The rainbow above the school. It was 3 a.m., and I was driving to my local Whataburger. As I was driving, I realized I had forgotten my wallet at home. Literally no one else was on the road when I was driving back. I do this all the time. It was literally routine driving back to my house to pick up my wallet. Luckily, no one else was on the road, so it was a quick drive back home. As I was driving back, I saw huge beams of light at a house about 5 minutes from where I live. It's right in front of the school, and all the lights near the school were brighter than usual. I pulled over to the lights, and I couldn't believe what I saw. I saw it for a few seconds, maybe even less. My peripheral vision was blocked. All I could focus on was a huge metal object with rainbow colors and something moving in the middle. Some kind of black blob for 2 never-ending seconds. Right after I took that glance, it was gone. Even though it felt like forever, all I saw was a blink in the sky, and hell, maybe even that didn't happen. All I know is that it was gone, and the weirdest part of all was I was sweating like crazy when it was over. My eyes were bloodshot, my back was drenched, and I was hyperventilating like crazy. I felt like I was being watched and that I wasn't safe. I quickly drove, speeding like a mother fricker, and when I got out of the car, I threw up for about 2 minutes straight. As I was about to walk into my house, I looked over 2 acres of land right across from my house and saw an 8-foot stick figure just standing there, making a horrible sound. I then quietly grunted or screamed, not knowing what the fluck was happening to me. Thought I was gonna die. My anxiety and panic was through the roof, as all of this felt so fucking real it wasn't even funny. And to this day, I still think it was real, even though it isn't. It can't be. The weirdest part was, as I saw that stick figure, my cat was outside too, eyes bloodshot similar to mine. Right after that event, I woke up on my bed, drenched in sweat with vomit all around me. I looked outside and apparently it was 8 in the morning. I guess I had slept all night and just had a bad, vivid dream. But the weird part was I don't remember going to bed that night. I could have sworn I did stay up late and went to Whataburger. Whatever the case, that was the worst day of my life, and I hope to never relive something like that again. And no, I don't do drugs. Okay, so I don't want to break the illusion because it's a useful defense mechanism of the subconscious, but I think this was an alien abduction. I think there's different kinds of aliens here, but I don't think they mean us harm in the way that most other people would think. If they wanted to wipe us out, we'd be gone. They're probably just studying us, and they typically return us after. Not that it's okay, but thinking of how we treat zoo animals or animals that we use in laboratories to test new drugs or stuff like that are often severely harmed or killed. I don't think they treat us that bad, so that's something, right? But yeah, in this case, I think it's just your subconscious framing it as a dream to protect you. And, that's all I can say. I'm just going to be honest about that. I guess that's probably the best advice, just to go about your life believing it's a dream. Yeah, probably what I would try to do. Case file number 3206, written by Mother Ducker 12. the doppelgangers of Campus Road. Once, I was getting a ride back to my college campus from a coworker and had plans to meet with my friend and her boyfriend, both of whom I'd seen earlier that day. Driving back, it was pretty dark out, but I know I 100% saw them walking towards campus on the sidewalk. They were holding hands, one was wearing the same white sweater as my friend, and the other the same baseball cap as her boyfriend. They'd both been off campus and coming to meet me, so I was sure it was them walking, and I almost asked my coworker to just drop me off there and I'd walk with them. But we were all so close to campus I figured I'd wait. So I got dropped off and waited, and waited, and waited. But not a single person, and especially no couple, walked by me on the sidewalk. There really wasn't anywhere else for them to go with them walking in that direction, but I just didn't see anyone. I called my friend to ask where they dipped off to. I'd just seen them walking, and she told me they were on the complete opposite end of the campus as they had been, and were on their way to meet me. They arrive and lo and behold, they're in that exact same white sweater and baseball cap I saw earlier. Case file number 3207, written by Sugar Bombs, Candles in the Rust. A long time ago, me and my mom moved into a newly built home. It was near this abandoned block of houses that had all been bought up by a developer to be torn down and with a bunch of McMansions built over it, but for whatever reason the work never started and there was just a small area full of abandoned houses and a few little old farms. Me and my friends loved exploring around that area, but there was this one really old house with a huge barn that we could cut through to really easily because it backed into a national park and the fence had fallen down. We'd been there a few times, specifically the barn, which had an old rusted tractor and a few various totally rusted tools. Normal abandoned barn stuff. So one day, we decided to go walk by again, and we cut through to the barn and inside, everything had been cleared except for this gorgeous dining table that was all set. All the plates and cutlery were fancy looking and placed perfectly. There were napkins and flowers, even pitchers for drinks and candles. It was just so strange to see a half-falling down old shed on an abandoned property with the table ready for fine dining. I still think of it years later, just who cleared out the barn just to set that up and why. You know, I don't think this is anything supernatural. I think it's just probably a young teenager or a young adult that wanted to set up a romantic date that was novel, something unique, and so found an abandoned place and set up a nice fine dining experience. Now, where was the food? I mean, maybe he went back to his car somewhere nearby to get it and get his date, blindfold her and bring her and surprise. Pretty cool. That's most likely what happened, because it's something I would do. Case file number 3208, written by Chocolate Cow 1. What the police couldn't find. I used to live by myself out of town on a property. It was a big house with multiple rooms, and if you didn't live there, you wouldn't know what room was what. I didn't have an internet connection and had to stay in town for 2 days and nights to study and submit my assessments, etc. On the morning I came home, I went to unlock my front door. It was already unlocked? Suspicious. I went into investigation mode immediately. I know I locked my door when I left, but there were no signs of a break-in or tampering with the lock. I took a huge break and went inside. I immediately discovered muddy boot prints leading from the front door straight into my bedroom, stopping beside the head of my bed, leading straight out down the hallway to the back glass sliding door. No other prints in the house. Whoever this was wasn't confused about where they were going. The boot prints were large. The person had to be at least 6 foot tall. I'm a 5'4" woman and 21 at the time. I called the police and they came and did a sweep for prints and such, but ultimately said they couldn't do anything because no prints were found, no sign of a break-in, and nothing was stolen. To this day, I still don't know who broke into my house or why they went straight to my bedroom and left. A few months later, someone was spotted in my yard out the back where I had my little birdie. My friend who was helping me pack saw them and immediately ran after them, but they escaped somehow. Whoever it was had killed my bird while I was in the process of packing and moving. Police still wouldn't do anything. Case file number 3209, written by Marga Mary, scanned by this guy. When I was in my early 20s, I was lying on the beach at night with a friend. We were right at the edge of the water, looking up at the night sky. It was pitch black. We were both sober. Directly overhead, two giant white lights somehow opened up like apertures of cameras. From tiny little white dots to these giant round bright lights. I could tell that the lights were from really far away, like maybe where a plane would be. But there was no sound, and they didn't move. They just opened up, seemingly pointing at us. The two lights stayed in the same position, and after a little while, they started to slowly move downward in the sky while maintaining the exact same amount of space in between them, as though they were attached to the same thing, or I don't know, at least acting in unison. After about 5 to 10 seconds of them slowly moving downward in the sky, then they suddenly stopped again, and just stayed in the exact same position. After about another 10 seconds, then, the lights slowly closed from the big white blinding white lights to little tiny holes that closed and disappeared. No sound, just there and nothing. I held my breath the entire time it was happening, and for probably another 20 seconds after they disappeared. When I finally let out my breath, I barely squeaked out a whisper. "Did you see that too?" And of course my friend saw it too. And we started freaking out. Not scared, but just in awe of what had happened. I didn't feel anything, and I didn't sense anything bad, but it was kind of like we were being scanned or observed in some way. I will absolutely never forget a single shred of that experience. Case file 3210, written by S.H. Stain, The Winter Visitor. Winter in rural Ontario, watching a movie with my uncle and cousin. Went out to get some firewood. It felt odd as soon as I stepped outside. We hadn't started the snow machines yet, not that year, and it was snowing that night. I grabbed a couple pieces of wood, and right on the third piece, I heard a low voice say, "Hello," about 10 feet away in the untouched yard. I dropped the wood and ran back inside. My cousin and uncle are 6'5" and 6'6". They heard me rush in and ask what happened. I told them, and they went out and looked around. Sure enough, there were no tracks anywhere. After the movie ended, I went to bed. I was almost asleep when I felt the ground shift outside my window. Then I heard a bang on the wall outside, as if someone grabbed a big piece of wood and used it as a battering ram against the wall. I was so scared that something was going to bust through the window. I literally froze and had to tell myself to move and go upstairs. I told my cousins what happened and they went back and looked around again. No tracks still. Even today, that night bothers me, and it was like 20 years ago. I think the fact that there were no traces in the snow, no footprints at all, does indicate that it was something supernatural. And that makes it more terrifying. Well, a different kind of terrifying, right? Humans still have a certain level of malevolence that can be within them that not most people, just a tiny percent of them, but those percent you have to be very careful of. And yeah, there probably are ways to mask your traces in snow. There are like boots that spread your weight across a larger area, almost like tennis rackets strapped to your feet or something like that. But you would still see some impression, leaning towards something supernatural. Case file 3211, written by Crimson Necrosis, The Breath in the Room. I was around 11 or so when my mom decided to leave me home alone while she, her roommate, and her roommate's grandkids went out for the evening. This was around 2003, 2004, give or take, and it was early on in my new exposure to being a preteen and being able to be alone at home, but it never made me nervous until this one particular evening. I had a PC that was capable of playing games I enjoyed at the time. I was minding my own business, playing games for a couple of hours, just enjoying myself, until out of nowhere, I felt a slight breath of air near my back right ear and heard the words, "Hey," clear as day. It was a male voice, but not one I knew, so I shot up and slammed into my desk in a panic. What I saw terrified the absolute crap out of me. It was nothing. Not a person, not an animal I could have mistaken for that. Just empty space and furniture. I stood there in shock, moving myself to my bed, which was in a corner. I grabbed my TV remote and watched Family Guy until my mom came home. To this day was the only time I was ever scared in that way. I don't really get frightened of stuff like that nowadays, but I still listen and question everything I hear from time to time. Case file 3212, written by CIA Napkin. Brilliant Blue Fear. I saw a ball of light in the middle of the woods, and I'm certain that it saw me too. The way it moved and hesitated as it got close, the indescribable feeling of utter fear. I never thought I could be so scared that I would ever be rooted to a spot. My mind recoiled at what I saw, the way the air seemed to move over it, the brilliant blue hue of the light. The way all of nature just turned off in an instant. No bugs, birds, or swaying branches, just silence. It felt like an hour that I stood there, staring at it, hovering 20 or so feet away. I could not shake the feeling that it was analyzing me, just as I was of it, and I just stood there ready to accept whatever came next. After a bit, the ball floated quickly back into the woods in the direction it came, faster than it had lulled out. I can still recall the way the light seemed to move with purpose, how it threw shadows in its quick retreat, and how the sound of the night seemed to just flick back on as if it were just on mute. I stood there thinking, "Go now, after it. You have to know what this is." But instead I ran away. I went back a few nights later and some nights after. I felt this compulsion to find and know, but I never saw it again. I didn't know if I really wanted to find it, or what would be the actual plan if I did. But to this day, I can think of that moment years ago and still scare the crap out of myself. I love how this was written. It really conveys a sense of fear you experienced and something otherworldly, something beyond what we can understand. Was it a spirit? Was it an orb from an alien that was like a scanning device? I don't know, and I think it's probably a good thing you didn't go after it. Case file number 3213, written by Denver Louis. Pizza for the Blind Man. I used to deliver pizza for the Hut. I had a delivery to a normal house in the little neighborhood in the town I worked in. The man who came to the door was blind, so I helped him sign the receipt and went on my way. A few days later, I got an order to the furthest zone we delivered to. I lived in rural Texas, so it wasn't unusual to deliver out to people's remote properties and have to open gates and so on. Today, I'm packing up their order and the driver instructions say, "Open gate, don't let horses out, come all the way back." I do as it says. It's nighttime, probably around 10:30 or so. I pull up to a huge bonfire with all the men there. I had such a bad feeling as soon as I pulled up, I actually put this tactical knife my dad gave me in my pocket before I got out of the car. Anyways, I get out and walked up to the bonfire. This guy approaches me. He's fine and has signed the receipt. I can feel somebody staring at me and look over. It was like a creepy movie scene. The blind man is sitting directly across the fire from where I am standing, and he's sitting there just staring at me and smiling. I trade the pizzas for the signed receipt, and I go back to my car. I look out the window, and he is still just staring at me. His eyes had followed me back to my car, never left, obviously. I left and nothing happened, but something about it did not feel right. I had so many scary things happen to me while I worked there, actually. Case file number 3214, written by Dancing Fruit. Through the Charity Grounds. I used to work at a rundown public hospital, and the area built around it were bars, the red light district, old and new condos, and a mall. We're talking about city planning, where I'm from, and this is the largest charity hospital in the vicinity. Security was pretty bad too. We're talking about people getting shot in broad daylight next to the hospital. One late evening, after having drinks, I decided to walk home through the hospital grounds to get home. It's a huge maze, but it was safer than getting shanked on the street by random pickpockets or drunks at night. The most well-lit path, a few streetlights on, was along the orthopedic wards where cats would usually gather at night. I decided to walk through this path, as it led out to my condo nearby. So I walk along and the cats just start hiding. At first I thought, well, maybe I disturbed them, but one black cat followed me and kept blocking my path and kept looking at me, then something behind me. It just kept meowing and meowing as I was too weirded out to turn around and see what was there, so I just kept walking faster and faster. All the while, the black cat would just try to block me again and repeat the same behavior. Then I don't know why I just suddenly stood still when the cat meowed at me again as if asking me to stop. It stared a bit more behind me, and after a while, the black cat sat and licked its paws and didn't move. I decided to keep walking then, as if the cat had decided it was finally okay to let me go on my way. I lay awake that night for a bit, wondering what was behind me that night along the hospital path home. I doubt it was anything good. Case file 3215, written by D in the Wilderness. Something still hunts in Florida. We moved from New York to Florida in the early 90s and lived in rural central Florida. Horse country, basically. My dad was an avid hunter, and his family came from an agricultural background, and they basically lived in the middle of nowhere and were self-sustaining. Once my brother and I must have been 7 or 8 and my brother was 9, were out playing in a heavily wooded field area on the outside of the property. We often went back there to play when my dad was gardening. I remember once looking up and my father's head had popped up from gardening and he was staring extra long in our direction. We didn't pay any mind and went back to playing. Soon he was walking towards us cautiously and shouting for us to come towards him. He had his hunting rifle in his hand. He then started dashing towards us, screaming for us to come to him now, and discharged his rifle into the air. My brother and I ran towards my dad, and once we passed his line of sight, he shot at something that was behind us. I never saw what it was until later. A Florida panther had been stalking about behind us as we played in the field, and my dad had seen it from the gardening area. At first he thought it was some sheep or a small goat that might have gotten loose from our other fenced-in area. Luckily for him, he missed his shot because we found out later that they're endangered and it would have been a massive fine if he had killed it. My dad's second shot and shouts scared the feline and it ran up into a tree. My uncle, who lived next door on a neighboring farm property, came over and they kept it in the tree until a wildlife ranger came over to tranquilize it. I still remember seeing it up in the tree. They're such beautiful creatures. The second story. I used to work the late shift at work, so I often got home at like 12:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. We had sold the farm after I graduated high school and moved to a more urban area. I used to take a really dark road home where one side hugged a massive lake and the other side hugged a wooden swamp-like area. It was a long stretch of road where the speed limit was 65. I was young and had a nice V6 car with a fully custom kit on it, and I would speed late at night around the bends. That night I was probably going about 80 miles per hour and I had just passed the Central Florida Zoo. I looked down to put in a mix CD, way back when, this was like 2008. For a second, when I looked up, this massive black, wolf or feline-like creature dashed in front of my car and I hit it going 80 miles an hour. It cracked my body kit and the lights on the driver's side of the car. I hit it hard, and it just bounded off into the woods. So it must have been like a side swipe. I pulled over and opened the door with my flashlight and a knife on my hip because I thought it must be dead. But when my flashlight searched, from the safety of my car door, the side of the road, the ditch, the brush nearby, and saw no traces of it. I said "Fluck this" and got back into my car and drove home. I called my dad and said, "Man, I don't know what I hit, but it was big." And when he asked me what I thought it was, I was like, I think I hit a flucking chupacabra. To this day, I still don't know what it was I hit, but if you're a werewolf in the Central Florida area, and one night in the late 2000s a car hit you in the hip, my bad, bro. I'm just curious about something. If an endangered species threatens you or your children, and you have to just survive to protect yourself or your children, kill it or injure it, if it's endangered, do you still get fined or whatever? I mean, it seems, obviously you don't want to go hunting these species, but if they're attacking you, you don't really have a choice, right? Just an interesting thought. Never really thought about it before. Case file number 3216, written by technical handle 8775. A year and an apple. When I was 18 years old, I met my ex-boyfriend at an Apple store at the mall. The iPhone 8 had just been released, and I had been excited to buy it for weeks. When I got there was a long line of people waiting. Well, there he was, standing behind me in the line, and he asked if I was here to get the iPhone 8 too. I told him yes, and we talked for a while, and we went to a movie that night, and bonded over the fact that we had the same phone, and it was funny that it caused us to meet. A year goes by, and me, him, and his friend are in the car together, going to get a pizza. When we got back to the car, we were not able to find his phone. We ended up finding it a few minutes later, but it was a Samsung phone. Even his friend agreed it was his phone, but I know that it's not because we literally met at the Apple store. I looked through his phone, and there were photos of us, pictures in the mirror where his Android phone is apparent. Whenever asking him, he says we met at the mall, but not the Apple store. His family says he's never had apples, and his friends say the same. There were even Facebook posts he had made about how Android is better. To this day, I have no idea what happened. We are on good terms, and he still tells me he has never once in his life had an iPhone. So I think it's a classic case of quantum immortality, and I just love that can be classic because of the weird nature of the universe, well, the multiverse, really. You are in a different universe, one where there's one major difference where your boyfriend, you didn't meet him in the same spot, and he doesn't use the same kind of phone. A physical version of you still existed, which is why you can have pictures with him, and even though you didn't meet in the same place, you're still well suited and tailored for each other. I don't believe in soulmates, but I do believe in soul matches, you could say. There's not just one, and I think they transcend across multiple universes as long as you're not too different between them, and in most universes you are still basically you, which is why the soul mergers don't result in anything too bizarre happening. I do like that theory. Well, I don't know about liking. I think it fits where the idea that if your soul merges it with a copy of yourself in a distant universe where you are very different, that fusion can result in schizophrenia, dementia, bipolar disorder, stuff like that, where you're just out of touch with reality because your reality is now split between two distinct universes. Enough to drive you crazy. But at least here, definitely not the case. Just a love story with a twist. Case file number 3217, written by Piper Bowes, Seminary Static. I used to volunteer reading and recording books for people who are blind or dyslexic. It was in a studio that was set up in a seminary school. It had a campus, library, a small cemetery, etc. It would just be me in a little recording booth reading through boring textbooks, mostly grammar and Spanish, glossaries, indexes, etc. One day, I was going through some conjugation exercises, and I knew I was getting really bored and sleepy and was starting to mumble. So I stopped the session, stepped out to get a drink, and then put on my headphones back to rewind to the last thing I said clearly and start up again. The last thing I heard myself say in Spanish clearly, in a quiet, serious voice, but in my voice, was, "There are men. Those men are standing behind me," or something that loosely translated to that. I furiously looked through my book and found nothing even remotely close to that I could have been reading. I broke into a sweat, left, and never returned. And this was before the advent of AI cloning voices. It was my real voice that I spoke. Case file number 3218, written by Do You Want Ants, Lana. An unknown user is typing. At the time, I was working for a telemarketing company. I know, I'm the scum of the earth. And I was sitting at my station reading through a new interview on my screen. The thing you have to understand about this place was that our equipment was fucking ancient. I'm pretty sure we were working on Macs from the late 80s or early 90s. You know, black screen with orange text on an 8x8 screen crap. So I was going through this interview and hit the spacebar to continue through it, and my computer just went black. Then, I see an ellipse being slowly typed out on my screen. The ... Okay, whatever. Must be an old loading image. Then I see my name typed out with a question mark after it. Thinking one of my supervisors is playing a joke on me, I kind of ignored it and hit the spacebar to continue. Another black screen. Another set of ellipses with my name and a question mark being typed out. So I just stared at it for a second, then, "Can you see this?" I took my headset off and rolled back from my screen a bit. I saw one last set of ellipses with my name and went tearing down the aisle looking at everyone's screen on my way. Everyone was in the middle of an interview with the client on the phone, and my supervisor was in the middle of monitoring a call at the front of the office. It was a very, very small office, so it wasn't hard to look at everyone's screen quickly. I asked my supervisor what the hell he thought he was doing, and he just looked confused. He showed me that he was following along with an interview that was in progress on his monitor and had tapped into the call on his phone. None of the partners were in the office since it was a weekend, so the only people that could have done it were the ones currently on an interview. This all happened not so long after the Matrix, so I was pretty sure for a while that Lawrence Fishburne was trying to contact me. Well, hackers existed all over the place, and as soon as computers existed, the whole idea was to hack it, like the Enigma machine, cracking the code. So someone broke in to the servers of your call center and was having some fun, I guess. Or they really were a sign from the developers in the real universe where, yeah, maybe it's not Morpheus, maybe there's no awesome sunglasses involved, but someone was trying to reach you. Case file number 3219, written by Anonymous. The Asthmatic Ghost. This is from a family of skeptics. When my father was young, his family moved to a large house in the city center with something like 7 bedrooms. He came from a family of 11 children. My aunt took her room by herself in the last bedroom at the end of the hall. Within a few months, she went to my grandfather, who was a frightening man at best, who didn't have time for kids, let alone the crap they talked about, and told him she had been hearing strange noises in her room. She thought one of her brothers was playing a practical joke on her. She described the noises as coughing and choking, and she was having a hard time sleeping. Fast forward 15 years, and my father is at a party talking to a girl. They get onto the topic of where they lived, and as it turns out, she knows the house because she had been living in it up until recently. She seemed embarrassed, but continued to ask him if he'd heard anything in the room at the end of the hall, saying she had slept in there and had heard heavy breathing and coughing. I think this is what really made my father believe, but backtrack 15 years, and my grandfather, with all his skepticism, goes to the man who is renting the house to them and tells them about the noise and wonders if it is the wind getting through or the pipes or something. As it turns out, the man had a daughter who had died of an asthma attack in the room at the end of the hall. This is a story kept pretty hush-hush in my family, at risk of sounding strange. I wouldn't have believed it myself. It sounds like something straight out of a book. But my father is a very serious man who wouldn't fluck around with these things. The house was demolished sometime in the 90s, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately. Case file number 3220, written by Alex470. The Rattle of the Latch. Almost everything spooky was happening to me around the time I was 15. The door in my room was split in half. There's a top half and a bottom half, and they latch together if you want to pretend it's a one-piece solid door. I never latched the top half of the door because with the fan on, the top half would catch the vacuum and shake around the latch, which made this distinct, wildly annoying noise. I would still close the top half, just not latch it. Now that's out of the way. I was about to fall asleep, and both my parents had gone to bed a few hours before. It was around midnight. Laying in bed, I heard someone walking through the hall outside my door, and it sounded similar to my mom walking out of her room, but the sound stopped immediately in front of my door. I waited maybe 30 seconds to have her leave when I became annoyed with whatever she was doing. I assume this was some attempt for a mother to generate more teen angst, since all parents hate their teenage kids, right? I asked what she was doing, and heard nothing in response, when I heard her snoring away in her room. It wasn't my mom in the hallway. Okay, weird, probably my fat Siamese cat. I'm tired, whatever. Moments later, the door handle began to shake quite a bit, like something out of a scary movie, and you anticipate the handle to fully turn? I immediately turned on the light next to my bed when the handle turned silently and the door slowly opened. In an effort to rationally explain it, I glanced at the window, knowing the window must have been open, and it was just a draft. The window was closed, the curtains were slightly flowing, and the poster next to my bed tore off the pins that were holding it to the wall. I'm still not one to believe in ghosts, but I certainly believe there's something out there we don't know about. Case Follower 3221, written by Shadow Fox. Cold silence. It's past midnight, and I'm sitting alone and quiet in my living room. I'm chatting with a buddy online all casually, like any other night. We talked about what we're doing for the weekend. Thump. The fluck was that? I stopped my typing in mid-sentence to perk up my head in the direction of the dark kitchen, my eyes keenly fixated on the wooden door with the golden handles. I strained my ears to hear it. Thump. Ha, someone is trying to break in again. I jokingly typed to my mate, but in my chest, my heart is fluttering like a terrified sparrow. Hang on, I'm gonna get a bat. My hands are cold. I know every sound in this goddamn house, but not that noise. I know bump, bang, thwack, and creak, but not flucking thump. Now I have my fingers curled around a large, heavy flashlight as a source of light and a weapon. Here I am, a 17-year-old, trying to gather my scattered wits as I entered my dark kitchen. Who or whatever it may be might know someone is there if I turn on the light. I click my thick flashlight and creep around, hearing the thump louder and louder, approaching me like some invisible nightmare. When I hear it around the corner just downstairs, I raise up my illuminated weapon, switching on the lights to stun my enemy, and nothing. I was accompanied by cold silence and seething emptiness. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. It was so damned quiet, unnaturally so. With my arm still raised, my eyes stretched down the steps to grope for something, anything, but nothing was there. I gathered up my things in the living room to call it a night. I held my stuffed ducky extra tight that night. Okay, so a casual ghost story, I would say, most likely. I just find it funny that you have a assigned system in your head to distinguish between different sounds in your house, and where the bumps and bangs and thwacks and creaks, those are normal. But thumps, that's where you draw the line. Spooky. I think if you grow up in an old house, you all have that experience where the pipes and the boards are creaking and the wind causes different reverberations through the boards and everything. You get a sense of what your house is normally doing, producing. But then if something doesn't fit, you know it instantly. It's funny. Case Follower 3222, written by Descent Classic 6848. It was between announcements. I was on a big train station and was waiting for my train to arrive as usual. I saw on the big screen that I would leave from platform number 1 in about 25 minutes or so I went there. I stood there, and with me, quite a lot of people. At that time, traveling by train wasn't that usual for me, so to be sure, I asked a young lady if this is the correct platform. She agreed and said she was waiting for the same train. The screens above the platform also said this is the right platform, so I wasn't worried now. I'm not sure what happened, but in a split second, when I wasn't looking, it seemed like everyone disappeared from the platform and I was basically the only one there. The screens above were now turned off, and the train still didn't arrive. Changes of the arrival platform or any delay wasn't announced in any sort of way. They usually play it from the speakers. I went back to the main hall, confused, to look at the big arrival screen to see no signs of my train's arrival. I told the person in the info center about my train not arriving at all, and they said it had already left with no issues or delay from the original platform number 1. It wasn't really that big of a deal for me, as another train arrived normally 2 hours later. A long wait, but it's okay. But this experience really stuck with me. How exactly could the train leave from the platform if I didn't even see or hear it arrive in the first place? Where did all those people go? Did they hear some announcement that I didn't? I didn't have any earphones in, no phone. I paid attention basically the whole time. I have no history of seizures or anything like that. Yeah, similar to a story recently where the woman was in a grocery store and people just disappeared. I think this is a case where, and I like that you mentioned also that you don't usually or never have gotten seizures. A very important fact because, yeah, you could say, okay, you had a blackout and you just were standing there, almost like, not a seizure, but narcolepsy, I think it is. Where that one Mr. Bean character in Rat Race, I believe is a movie. Very funny movie if you haven't seen it. Basically, a millionaire sends people out to chase a certain amount of money at a certain location. Whoever gets there first gets it. And yeah, this Mr. Bean character just falls asleep in the hotel lobby where they were starting from. And like people betting money on him didn't go well. Well, they think it won't go well because he's just sleeping, standing up in the middle of the hotel lobby. But I think if that happened to you or anything like that, a seizure, narcolepsy, you just suddenly started to sleep, well, people would notice. There's so many people around you. I don't think they would just walk by for minutes and minutes while the train came and left. So you may have been transported to that Dead Pocket server, which I really like to harp on because I think it's so relevant to our existence. We need a buffer area to transfer physically to different universes. And especially if they're far away. That's my theory anyways. So sometimes you can become aware of it without actually physically going there. You went to the info center and someone was there, so this didn't last very long, but long enough to reset things a few minutes in the future for you. Case file number 3223, written by Zamakusi, The Man at the Fork. Me and my friend were out in the park at night. We passed one guy like 2 blocks ago and went further into the park. It goes across the whole town. Anywho, we're sitting on a bench and we hear a sound from behind. I look, and there's a guy at the other pathway. The pathway forks. So I'm like, no, really, look. He turns and yep, sure enough, he sees a guy too, standing a bit behind us at the path, looking straight at us. So we figure maybe he just noticed some people and is walking by. Nope. Watches us for a good 5 minutes, then starts walking towards us. Figure, fluck that, and walked into the streetlights. Luckily, he didn't follow us and still don't know what he wanted. Awkward moment though when we first walked by him. I was telling my friend I think I got that thing from the movie Alien and it's trying to come out of my belly button. At the time I was randomly bleeding from my belly button for some reason. The same friend in the park. We were walking towards a road to enter into a different part, and as we are walking talking about random crap, I see what looks like, I guess they call shadow people? Looks like a human figure with a hat on. The shadow tips its hat and just turns back to darkness or whatever. I say nothing and figure, oh, maybe the trees and dark played a trick on me. So once we walk past where I saw it, I ask my friend, did you happen to see, and he cuts me off, a shadow tipping his hat at us? Yeah. Case file number 3224, written by Juniper Gale. The Swamp Remembered. A few years back, during my first marriage, my ex-husband and I owned a really nice house. It was built in 2003, as were most of the homes in that neighborhood. It was originally a swamp that, back in the 17 to 1800s, there were Indians known to live in that area. No big deal, I thought, until weird occurrences began to happen. He worked in mills and would leave about 5 a.m. I wouldn't leave for work till closer to 8 a.m. It was a ranch-style house with a front door, back door, and side door. We used a side door solely because that's where the driveway and patio was. The front door was heavy and had a very tricky lock that required a lot of effort to open. With all that in mind, every few mornings, I would walk into the living room and the door would be wide open. My ex swore he never touched it. Why would he? I thought he was just kidding, till he went out of town for a week and it kept happening, every single day. It didn't matter the time of day. I'd walk into the bedroom and come back and it would be open. Well, one day it stopped doing it, whatever it is. Then all of a sudden, things would disappear. I remember both of us looking for a dustpan. We both searched high and low. I remember leaning against a dryer while we talked about how strange it was. We walked into the kitchen, heard a bang in the laundry room, and went to inspect. There was a dustpan on the dryer. There were several instances of nights where I was alone after our divorce when lights would turn on and off, things would disappear, and unexplainable noises would occur. I know this all sounds stupid and unbelievable, but I was never more thankful when I finally sold that house and was able to move away. Isn't this the first poltergeist movie, or It's a classic ghost movie, I think in the 90s, or haunting movie, where the home they're living in, this family, was built on an Indian burial ground or something like that. Probably not a good idea to build there, if you're aware. Case file number 3225, written by Much Love Mates. A Ding in the Dark. I arrived at a gig that I was working at tonight, and when I parked outside the club, I went to grab something from my passenger seat, and the ring on my right pointer finger slipped off. I heard it hit the side door on the passenger side and made a little ding noise, so I assumed it was just between the seat and the door, or maybe under the seat. Now, before I go on, I must preface that this is a very important ring to me, with a lot of sentimental value. It's one of those things I always have with me. If I ever were to lose this ring, I would be devastated. Anyways, back to the story. Before I went into work, I checked where I thought it would be between the passenger seat and the door, and it wasn't there. I checked under the seat and in every possible crack and crevice I could see, and I could not find it. I heard the ding noise as it hit the passenger side door, so I assumed it was around there, but nope, it was nowhere to be found. I moved the seats back and forth, checked my pockets, checked cup holders, glove compartment, passenger side door cup holders, back seat, under the seats, etc., etc. I essentially tore my car up looking for this damn ring. I spent probably 10 to 15 minutes looking for it, and I absolutely could not find it. I was somewhat panicking because I really did not want to lose that ring. I even checked outside of the car and under the car because I thought maybe it somehow fell out when I opened the door to start looking for it. I was running out of time because I had to go to work, so I decided to postpone the search. After the gig, I gave my friend a ride home, and as she got out of my car and was saying goodbye, I noticed the ring was sitting perfectly on my passenger seat right in the middle of the seat where she was sitting. I was like, "What the hell? Did you find my ring?" And she said, "No, what are you talking about?" And I explained to her that I had lost my ring in my car earlier that night, before the gig, and couldn't find it. She swore she didn't find it or feel it underneath her. It's a large ring also, so if she sat on it, she would have known 100%, 1000% it was underneath her. I'm feeling unsettled because I spent so much time looking for it, and then to have it just appear like that, perfectly sitting smack dab in the middle of my seat, makes me question reality. I was like the universe was like, "Oh, here you go," but in the most awkward way possible. Okay, this is pure trolling. There's no other explanation. To reappear the ring where your friend was sitting, like, that's just silly. That's someone playing a prank. Like, an extra universal prank. There's no other way to describe it. Unless she was just hatching it like a chicken lays an egg, which I don't think so. Case file number 3226, written by Bubonis. The Sound of the Ice Cream Man. This happened about 16 years ago. I had been living away from home for about 3 or 4 years at that point, and was living alone. In the middle of winter, I had an extremely vivid dream. I was in the garage at my mother's house. The garage was nearly empty, which was unusual considering how much junk was normally in there. I was standing next to a large shelf unit that had a bunch of things in it, including some hefty power tools such as a circular saw. I heard music and suddenly I was 5 years old again, chasing after the ice cream man who had just passed in front of the house. I heard a crash, turned around, and saw the shelf unit had collapsed and the circular saw had buried its blade in the concrete floor of the garage. I woke up, thought, how weird, and went about my life. About 6 months later, my mother asked me to help her paint the inside of the garage. I went to her house on Saturday morning and we emptied the garage into her backyard. I was moving the last of larger and heavier items as she was sweeping the floor. She bent over to use a dustpan to collect the debris. At the same time, I heard music coming from the approaching ice cream truck. The dream I had 6 months earlier flashed into my consciousness and, purely on instinct, I grabbed my mother and pulled her away just as the shelf unit she was standing next to collapsed. The circular saw fell exactly where her head would have been if I hadn't have pulled her away. That episode is the main reason why I'm fairly certain there is more to human existence than what we can see around us, and the only reason why I don't fully call myself an atheist. I fully agree with your description at the end, where the universe is more to it than we know. Simply as that. I mean, we can try to gleam at how the rules work, the real deeper rules, by reading so many stories about them and how people interact with them accidentally. Like, you didn't try to do this, it just happened. And so you had knowledge of the future, deep into the future. I still think it's just a possible future, but one that was most likely to happen. Probably wasn't a defined day, or your mother was at some point going to clean out the garage and ask for your help. The universe, you could say, didn't know what day it would be. You didn't have a sign in your dream of like, okay, it happens on January 14th at 6 p.m. or something like that. No, it was just something that might happen at some point, and it did. And it's a good thing that your conscious mind recalled that dream. It was vivid enough to be stored in long-term memory by your subconscious to be accessed when it was needed. Fantastic. Case file number 3227, written by Dance Dance Yeah. The Shadow Behind the Screen. My girlfriend from college moved back to Denmark after this last semester for good, and I'm back in California for the summer. We decided that Skyping would be the best way to keep in contact as we are unable to call each other right now. Anyhow, about a week and a half ago we were Skyping, having a good old chat about flights and such, when I suddenly felt something wet on the top of my foot. I was sitting at my desk with my feet under it, so I had no idea how my feet would get wet, so I looked down. My girlfriend watched as I had what must have appeared to be a minor breakdown when I realized that my foot was covered in blood. I ran downstairs to show my dad and told my girlfriend I'd be right back. Me and my dad came up and looked around for anything that could have happened to have dripped blood on my foot, in futility, of course. I went to the bathroom, washed it off, and had no cut or anything that would hint at it being my blood. So I get back. I'm kind of creeped out, but I decided to simply ignore what had just happened when my girlfriend asked me what may remain to this day as the single creepiest question I've ever heard. Who was that guy that walked out of your room when you went to get your dad? My face, when my dad and I were the only ones home that night? Pale as a ghost. To this day I brush the incident off as some freak occurrence of random blood and a stranger in my room. But I can't shake the thought of that question because she said she watched him close my door as he left, a door that I left open on my way down. Okay, this is by far, the weirdest story I've read all year. Blood appearing under your desk with no discernible source. I mean, even if there's a man hiding in your room, which is creepy enough, but how does that relate to blood appearing under your desk? Did the man just break in, have a vial of blood to pour and prank you? What the hell is going on with this one? I have no idea. Creepy as hell though. Never sleep in that room again. Case file number 3228, written by Fingerdar. A melody for one listener. I was home alone around 10 at night. My parents and sister were at a horse show and weren't going to get home until around midnight, and I was sitting in our living room listening to music with headphones on. Our dog started barking, and I heard something through my headphones, so I took them off and turned off the radio. I hear music playing. I recognize a song from a little wind-up music maker we have with a stand and some ceramic birds on it in our formal living room, which is right next to the room I'm in. These two rooms are separated by a wall and have two different doorways to go in and out. I'm scared out of my mind. Why would this thing be playing music if I'm here all by myself? I turn on just about every light I can find, and I look away when I pass the doorways. I went into the adjoining hallway and kitchen, each on opposite ends of the two different doors. I want every light on. I don't know why, it just made me feel safe. When all the lights surrounding the room are on, I sneak my hand into that room and flip on the lights, all without looking, because I'm a gutless coward. I'm too curious not to look in now, so I did. I see the wind-up music maker spinning. I see the birds on it slowly going around and around. It's playing music. There's nothing in the room out of the ordinary. I just stood there and stared at the thing while it played and spun, and it stopped after about a minute. I looked at our windows to see if they looked like someone had entered and left, but our windows are really small, and I don't think a person could get through them. Even if they did, why the hell would they wind up a music maker and then leave? And our dogs would have freaked out more if someone broke in, and I probably would have heard them too. Nothing was missing. Everything was in the right place. It was just that wind-up music maker playing, all by itself. Case file number 3229, written by Jolly Old Boggin, The Man in the Cream Suit. Back when I was 17, I had just got my license and was driving around with some friends, as you do. Loud music, good times, random pit stops for no reason, the usual. We decided that a drive through the back bush area into the rural area of Australia was a good idea at 10 p.m. Off we drove down one road that would lead us out through the bush into the darkness. There were no lights along this road, only my high beams lit the way. As we were driving, we came across this elderly man in a cream suit with a bunch of slightly wilted flowers with his thumb out. He seemed harmless by all means, and we decided we would pick him up. There was no place for anyone to walk. He was a really nice guy with a well-kept and trimmed beard. His eyes were incredibly bright as well, a piercing blue color. He said he was out this way because he was visiting the site of where his loved ones died. Apparently, he didn't drive anymore after the accident that had killed them. We were a little unsettled, but in the end we thought nothing of it. He was good-natured and polite to boot. We came up around a corner, and he asked if he could please be dropped off there. We did so, assuming that the site was nearby. He got out of the car, we shook hands with him, wished him well, and sent our sympathy to his loved ones. He replied with, "Have no sympathy for the dead, they are free. May God bless you all, children." He turned and walked straight into the dense bush, and I, crap you not, disappeared within 6 steps. Like the darkness just swallowed a vision of him. It's been a few years now, and there has been no news of any missing people in that area. My friends and I don't know whether it was a dream, a hallucination, or what. We've gone past that same area a few times now, once walking out into the area he went. Found nothing though. You guys encountered the echo of a good man, with piercing blue eyes, and I think he died in that car crash as well, and he was paying them a visit. Man, it's kind of bittersweet, but it's sad nevertheless. Case file number 3230, written by J.S. Child, Red Eyes at the Edge of Town. I was 12, 14, not sure exactly how old. My best friend was spending the night at our house. We lived at the tail end of a road on the outskirts of a small town, about 4,000 to 5,000 people. It was night, probably around 9 or 10 p.m. We were just taking a walk, chatting stupid guy stuff. Well, we get on the road and start heading away from the house, and thus out of town, and we immediately see 2 small, glowing red lights close to each other. Now our road was probably some 500 feet level, then dropped about 50 feet over the next 500 feet or so, between 2 small farm plots, until it bottomed out and hit an old back road. The eyes seemed level to us, which made it seem like it was within that first 500 feet. We watched it. I loved stargazing as a kid, and never seen anything like that before, for probably 5 minutes or so, before it seemed to turn away and disappear. I say turn because it seemed to fade instead of disappearing instantly, as a light being turned off would. It seemed to move slightly, but I cannot swear to that. Well, my friend, being a bit braver than me, wanted to go see what it was. Now that it was gone, that is. So we ran back inside and got flashlights and headed back out slowly. We went all the way to the end of the road, and everything was cool. But when we got there, we heard what sounded like something large moving down the old road to the right, so we go that way. I am nervous as hell after the red eyes and the loud sound in the woods around us. We finally get to the end of that road, light forest growth on both sides of us. We don't see or hear anything else, so decide to head back. But we both kinda need to pee, so we walk off the road in case any cars come by. I walk off, and I'm unzipping when I trip over something. I reach over and feel a warm, hairy body, and scream my lungs out, bolting in terror. My friend rushes over and is half scared, half laughing as he shines a light on what I had tripped over. A dead deer. Nothing else strange happened on our way back, but red eyes and falling over a recently dead animal was enough for me. Another time, my sisters had a slumber party. I was probably like 6 or 8 then, but they were all up watching TV in our living room. Our living room is fully open and has a dining room at one end of it, with only a couch separating the two areas. Beside the dining room was a big sliding glass door that led out to our deck. Well, I'd been harassing my sisters and their friends, bugging them. They were all 5 to 7 years older than me, while they watched TV, when I went into the kitchen and got a drink. The lights were out in all the rooms, just the TV on, but the outside deck had a light on. As I walked back from the kitchen into the dining room, I saw a large man standing on our back deck. Just standing, not walking around. I don't think he could see us. The curtain was drawn, but there might have been a gap in the curtains he could see in through. I just freeze for a second, terrified. Then I walk fast to my oldest sister and tell her someone is watching us. At first, she thinks I'm joking, but I get her and one of her friends to look at the sliding glass doors. We all instantly freak, and then bolt to the back bedroom where my dad is and wake him up. He goes outside and sees the footprints in the snow. There really was someone there, but we still don't know who the creeper was watching us on our back deck. Case file number 3231, written by No Slip Condition, 5 steps into the library. I wear glasses. I can sort of see okay without them, and I'm even legal to drive without them. In any case, I wear my glasses to class to be able to see the board without having to sit in the front of the class. I usually wear them whenever I go out though, because hey, it's nice to see stuff far away. So anyways, one night, I left my apartment to head to the library to study a bit. About halfway there, I see a girl that I think I know on the other side of the street, but I'm not sure if it's her, and I have to squint to see her face. Oh crap, I left my glasses on my desk. I reach up and rub my eyes to see a little clearer. It wasn't her. I didn't need my glasses to study, and I was perfectly okay to go on without them, so I just kinda shrugged it off. It would take 5 minutes to go all the way back to class, and I decided that I would be alright walking without my glasses for one day. A few minutes later, I ran into a kid from one of my project groups and we talked for a bit, and I continued to the library. It was a pretty cold night, and the library was obviously heated, so I opened the door and walk in. About 5 steps in the door, my fucking glasses fog up. They were all just of a sudden on my face. I know for a fact they weren't there before. I just rubbed my eyes on the street, and I would have known if there were glasses in the way. On top of that, I know my eyes pretty well. I would be able to see a face across the street with my glasses on. I was so mind-flucked that I didn't get any studying done, and ended up going home without getting any work done. A little later, I texted the kid I ran into and asked if he remembered if I was wearing my glasses when we talked. He said he was pretty sure I wasn't. Right, so we all know about DOP and reappearing items. To have them reappear without them actually disappearing, or at least you weren't aware they disappeared, maybe you didn't forget them, maybe you had them on, then the universe bugged out. While they were on you, you didn't quite notice them disappearing, and when you went to rub your eyes, they weren't there, and then they reappeared later on when the error correction code kicked in. I think that's what happened. Long-time viewers will know I've had DOP events where just involving tennis balls. 2 tennis balls so far, 2 happened twice. They never came back, but nothing anything like this. A DOP event like this where it's on your body. You lose it and then it comes back. Even if it wasn't a DOP event, but a reappearance. These were your glasses, presumably, with your correct prescription. So let's say you did forget them at school. They didn't disappear, but they appeared on your face later. Maybe they disappeared from there. What if there's a copy in your school, so this is a duplication event? But why would they appear on your face directly, not around you? Normally items appear around the person or in spots that they frequent. This is very specific. It definitely makes me think that this is error correcting code. Case file number 3232, written by Soltheron, The Bull's Revenge. Way back in 3rd grade or so, someone in my class had a birthday party. Let's call her Lisa. Lisa lived way out in the woods in a dead end that was surrounded by trees. It was a very dark area in general, and all the kids were freaked out by how dark it was. We were all bored from the indoor activities, so we started daring each other, and some people took turns to run around the house all alone, which was scary as fluck. Around this time, Lisa told us about their shack and how they used to own a bull that they kept there. The bull had been a weird one, easily startled and prone to short bursts of temper tantrums for apparently no reason. One day, the bull had died, and after an examination, the veterinarian could not explain why. They had been taking good care of the bull, and he had deemed healthy several times before by veterinarians all across. Since we were kids, we were obviously kind of frightened by her story, and some went back inside, but Lisa laughed it off and claimed there was nothing to be afraid of. Lisa and her friend then decided to call the rest of us chicken while walking up to the shack. At this point, I was standing by the stairs to her house, and there were lights around the house and shack, so I had a very clear view of what happened next. Lisa's friend was laughing to herself as they moved up to the shack when she started opening the gate, which was a type that opens upwards, like a garage door. She opened the gate until it was almost all the way up, and that piece of information is important. The gate was above her, and then she looked like she was hit by something hard. She screamed loudly. Her scream was one of those screams where halfway through it, you can hear the agony in her voice because it flutters into a deeper moan instead of a shrilling sound. I can explain this so clearly because I have replayed the situation in my mind a million times. She fell over and passed out while Lisa started screaming in fear and calling for help. I ran inside at this point, scared out of my wits, calling for Lisa's parents to go outside and help them. It doesn't take long before parents arrive and start picking up their kids, and I leave without seeing either of the girls again. After the weekend, I had thought about the entire situation so much that I had barely slept, and I had come to the conclusion that the girls must have tricked me. I decided to laugh it all off with them as a great prank. I arrive at school, and I seek out the birthday girl. I'm about to start laughing with her when I see her friend, who, by the way, was a daughter of the swim coach and very physically fit. Her leg was in a cast. She had broken her damn leg, and she was waltzing around in crutches for 6 months after the incident. I know what I saw that night, and there was nothing physical that hit her that any of us could see. It was not the gate that hit her, because it was already above her. There were lights around the shack, so the darkness was not the problem. There was nothing there. I asked her later what the hell had happened, but she couldn't tell me. The only thing she remembered was that there was a gust of wind and then a mind-numbing pain in her leg as if something hit her. Later on in life, 3 of my friends saw impossibly fast UFOs when they were drunk, and I can readily ignore that as some kind of figment of their imagination or some type of phenomenon. But my own event, I cannot for the life of me figure out what happened to that girl on that night. The experience has been with me my entire life, making me second-guess myself when it comes to supernatural anecdotes now and then. So, a spirit of a bull rampaging out of its pen, basically, and it adds to the point that spirits can be corporeal, and they can be animals too. That means that they can interact with the physical world, at least to some extent, in this case enough to knock a person over, or even up in the air and break their leg or damage it. Wild. Imagine you had a ghost matador and a ghost bull. You just need a ghost stand and you're all set. Case follower 3233, written by Airhorn, son of Foghorn. No plate, no past. I was 16 and driving home alone after a week at the beach with family and friends. I was on back roads in the country, middle of nowhere, with an occasional little hick town popping up every 40 miles or so. I heard bad noises from under the hood, warning lights came on, and the car stopped working. I pulled up to the shoulder and looked under the hood to find a belt that was all split and frayed and had almost completely disintegrated. I started looking through my phone, trying to think of who to call, when a little car pulled up behind me. It was an old lady, maybe 70, wearing a white dress, almost like a wedding dress. This was North Florida in the middle of July. She got out of the car and then reached into her back seat to get something. When she walked up to the car, I saw it was a belt. Later I learned it was a serpentine belt. I don't know crap about cars, and that they come in a variety of sizes for different cars. She just looked at me, smiled, and got under the hood and started tearing out the old belt and replacing it. I'm dumbfounded. I started to try to make small talk and ask questions, but she didn't say anything while she worked. A few minutes later, she finished, took my hands in hers, looked me in the eyes and said, "I was watching you. We all need help from time to time, Airhorn." I didn't know what to say. My mind was racing as I tried to figure out how I knew or had seen this old lady who had just called me by my name and happened to have the exact same part that just broke down in my car. I hadn't stopped anywhere since I left the beach house. I had never seen her before. She went back into her car and drove away, back the same way she had come from. Her car had no license plate. Case file number 3234, written by Senior Star 8500. The Green Strap Mystery. For context, I am a size 6.5. No one else in my family, or my boyfriends, is this size. No girlfriends of my brothers, and no one wears Birkenstocks in my family, plus my boyfriend's family, besides me. Okay, so, about 2 years ago, I bought off-brand Birks called Odolese. The straps were dark green. I wore them in. They became very comfy and beat up. I tossed them out. For my birthday this year in February, I asked for real Birkenstocks. My brother got them for me. The straps were also a dark green, but on brand. These shoes are so uncomfortable until you break them in. They'd constantly give me blisters, but I knew if I kept wearing them, they would stop. Fast forward to July this year. My boyfriend and I take a trip out of town, and of course I bring my Birks. We're walking around and I say out loud, "I think I finally broke my shoes in. They're so comfy now." We get back to the Airbnb and go to sleep. I leave them downstairs, wake up the next morning, and go to put my shoes on. Green, strapped Odolese? Huh? Whose shoes are these? I brought my Birks. I don't own these anymore. I was so confused. I immediately called my mom and was like, "Somehow they're my size and they fit you?" She said no. Cool. So now I'm confused. My real Birks, that were a gift, are gone. Someone, somehow, switched shoes with me. How though? I've never taken them off in public when my shoes could get misplaced. A week passes. I'm still just as confused, but oh well, what can I do? Until I get a phone call from my mom. "You'll never believe this. I woke up this morning and your Birkenstocks are next to my bed, as if I took them off and hopped right in bed." I said a few, "What the flux?" and went to grab them. Mind you, my mom's house is haunted as hell, so I will not go into her room. So how did they get there, and where did these old shoes that I threw away come from? Case file number 3235, written by Safitira. Circling to Wayland. I had a doctor's appointment, and since my car recently broke down, I had to take the bus instead. I was waiting at the stop. The bus was running late when suddenly a woman came across and stood next to me. She looked quite well dressed, wearing a suit. We didn't speak until my bus arrived. The only bus that departs from that stop is bus 204, which only runs once every third hour. Normally, the ride to Wayland, I'll use a fictional town name used here for privacy reasons, takes about 20 minutes. I got on the bus while the woman stayed outside and shouted, "Does this bus go to Wayland?" The driver gave both of us a strange look and said no. I looked again. It clearly said 204, towards Wayland. All the passengers were staring at me oddly. I got off again, confused. The woman said, "Don't worry, the other one will be here any minute." I checked the schedule and there were no other buses coming soon. But sure enough, another bus, 204, arrived less than a half minute later. It didn't say Wayland on the sign, but it still was bus 204. I hesitated, then got on. The bus was completely packed. There were exactly 2 free seats, one for the woman in the suit and one for me. I asked her if she was sure this bus went to Wayland. "Yes," she said, and we set off. She only stayed on for one stop before getting off again. The bus then drove in circles for about an hour out of town and back again. People got on and off until eventually I was the only passenger left. After that, it circled around town for a couple more minutes before the bus finally went to Wayland. During this, no one got on or off. The woman herself didn't even go to Wayland, even though she was the one who had asked the driver about it earlier. I've taken this bus several times before, and the trip normally takes just 20 minutes. I ended up spending about 1.5 hours on that bus. My best guess for this one, which is a very weird one, is somehow related to guardian angels, where this woman influenced a driver to drive in circles even though he wasn't supposed to. But it's all together very weird. What about the first bus that was correctly labeled and even indicated that it was going to Wayland, but then it didn't? It's like a dream, but you don't specify that you woke up later, so presumably this really happened to you, but I'm not sure. Some guardian angel event where she was trying to protect you from something, but how she could influence the first bus, how the second bus driver was driving in circles when they weren't supposed to. What was the protection from? I mean, it may not be related to that at all. I don't know. Not sure about this one. Very strange. Case file 3236, written by Hellborn Elf Child. Our house now. Visiting home on break from college, and my stepbrothers had the bedrooms, so I was sleeping on the couch. My cat with me, as he always does. In the middle of the night, my cat jumps off my chest, which causes me to wake up. I then watch him do a slow crawl all around the entire perimeter of the house, focusing mainly on the kitchen, heading upstairs and then back onto the couch with me, where he proceeds to stare into the kitchen and growl a slow and quiet growl. I found it odd and then fell back asleep. The next morning, my mother told me about the dream she had the night before, where she was sitting at our kitchen table with her mother, who was dead, telling the former resident, an old man who committed suicide in the kitchen after his wife died, that the house was ours now, and it was time for him to leave us alone in it. All spooky shenanigans ceased from that day forth. Normally I would brush off either of the two incidents, but their happening at the same time has always creeped me out to no end. Case file number 3237, written by PB Honey Oates. The Pajama Paradox. When I was in university, I had to take an aquatics credit, so I took a swimming course. I had a black, full-piece Nike bathing suit that I wore to this class. This class was twice a week at 8:30 a.m. It was my first class of those days. One class was rescheduled to start a bit later in the morning. I don't remember the reason, but I set my alarm and woke up at the time I would have if it started at 8:30. I got up and dressed in my bathing suit, but then realized I could actually sleep in another 30 minutes or so because I remembered the class started later that day. So I took the bathing suit back off, put my pajamas back on, and crawled back into bed to snooze for a while longer. When I woke up again like 30 minutes later and went to put my bathing suit back on, it was gone. I was scrambling around my room trying to find it because I knew I literally just put it on. It wasn't anywhere in my room. It wasn't hiding in my sheets. It wasn't in my backpack. It was completely gone. I never saw that bathing suit again. Case file 3238, written by Mr. Midnight. Heaven has highways too. When I was 3 years old, my grandmother had lung cancer. I was way too young to know what was going on. My mom told me this story. Apparently, it was late at night. I was asleep in my room, and had been for a few hours. My parents on the other end of the house get the phone call that my grandmother passed away. Half an hour later, I woke up screaming and crying. My parents ran in and asked what was wrong. I said, "Grammy went to live with the angels." I'd always thought this was just a story my mom liked to tell. She sometimes embellishes. I just shrugged it all off and let her tell it. People liked it. Then it happened again when I was 19. This time my grandfather was in the hospital for a back problem. He was doing really well that day before he was to be released. He was walking around, giving chocolates to the nurses, and even watched his favorite movie, Lawrence of Arabia. He went to bed that night and had a heart attack in his sleep. No one saw it coming. I remember my dad calling me at 8 a.m. in the morning to tell me he had died and I should come to the hospital. Just before my dad woke me up though, I had been dreaming my grandfather and I were in an old red convertible Cadillac Eldorado cruising down a desert road. Neither of us said a word, just looked straight ahead and listened to the wind. It felt very emotional. When I went to the hospital and told my mom this, she said he used to always talk when she was young about wanting to rent a convertible Cadillac and drive down Route 66 before he died. I still get really choked up thinking about it. Case file number 3239, written by Delicious Murder. The Gospel Gas Station. Years ago, my then boyfriend, now husband, and I went to see a movie. He had had major surgery several weeks before, and this was his first trip out to do something other than see a doctor. On the way home from the theater, it was foggy, hard to see the road. I was driving a Saturn with a gas gauge that would go from half a tank to empty out of nowhere, unpredictably. We ran out of gas on some back road surrounded by nothing but trees. He had left his cell phone at home. Mine died in mid-call to a friend asking him for assistance. Your typical horror movie setup. It was decided that I would start walking and my boyfriend would remain in the car as he was still recuperating from surgery and not in the best shape to be wandering down a desolate road at night, alone. Not that I really wanted to be either. I had begun to walk and had only made it a few steps when a car pulled up behind us. 3 guys and 2 girls got out and asked if we needed help. My boyfriend and I explained that we ran out of gas, and then the group offers to drive me to the nearest gas station while one of the dudes from their group stays with my boyfriend in the car. I was really nervous about getting in the car with these strangers, but felt that I had no other options at this point. They said they were out of town and didn't know where the closest gas station was. This is before GPS, iPhones, etc. Reluctantly, I climb in the back seat. They are nice enough, making small talk. Then the dude in the front passenger seat turns to me and says, "Can I ask you a question?" Oh fuck, here it comes, I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure out how to escape quickly, eyes darting the car. Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your personal savior? Well, that caught me off guard. The rest of the trip, they tried to convince me to join their ministry that travels the country and tries to convert people. They paid for my gas and gave me an extra $20 on top of that. When I get back to my car, my boyfriend looks extremely concerned and whispers to me, "Did they try to convert you too?" We then went and bought beer with the money. Okay, not a glitch, not supernatural, just funny and a point towards the good of humanity. I do read a fair few creepy stories where it's just people being people, nefarious, malevolent, and deceptive sometimes, or just outright evil. But that isn't all humans. Sometimes people are just good. And it is an interesting strategy to go around, roam around the countryside, helping people, and then try to convert them. I mean, it's not the worst strategy I've ever heard of. Case file number 3340, written by Mayor 2600. 3 miles later. I remember one time, I was driving home from band practice when I was about 17 years old. It was around 12:30 a.m., and I was really tired. I usually attribute this story to my exhaustion, but I have a hard time believing that. I am driving down a pretty desolate main road, and as I am driving, I notice an old woman walking down the right side of the road. She is wearing what looks like a brown ragged dress and is using a cane. I thought it was the most bizarre thing to see at 12:30 a.m., but I had just ignored it and kept driving. The weird thing is, about 3 miles later, as I am driving, I see the exact same woman. I get chills just thinking about it. I see her clearly, so I slow down a bit to make sure she's real and I'm not going crazy. Sure enough, as I get closer, it's the same woman in the same dress with the same cane. Then, suddenly, as I pass, she turns to my car and reaches her left hand out towards my car. I don't think I've ever driven so fast home in my entire life. Okay, so initially I just thought space-time portal, pretty standard. But why would an old lady be walking in her 70s and reach towards your car door without saying a word, at night? Yeah, this one must be a spirit, right? It could even be astral projection. Maybe for some reason, this woman just really wanted to get out. Maybe she's in a nursing home and can't really walk well, but she projects her soul out, and the soul part of her can experience it. Interesting. So maybe not malevolent, just trying to cure herself from itchy feet by being too lazy. You ever get that where you're just sitting too long and you have to stand up and walk just to stretch your feet or something? I get that often. They call it ants in my feet. And I imagine I'd still get that even if I'm old. So, yeah, probably astral projection. Case file number 3241, written by My Dog is a Rhino, Where the Mountains Weep. I see weird crap at night all the time. Mostly when I'm driving, but this time my friend was driving and I was in the passenger seat. We were driving back from a soccer game, and I saw this girl in pink rain boots with some pattern on them and a raincoat just standing in the biker's lane facing the traffic. Since we're driving through a slightly mountainous range, the other side of the bike range is steep and sheer rock that goes up for more than a few meters, i.e., the only way the girl could have gotten there was by walking across the road. As we get closer to her, I'm getting more and more apprehensive as it's raining and I'm not sure if my friend sees her. We drive close, she steps out by the car as we're passing and nothing. No bump like we hit anyone. Nothing except me having a mini heart attack. I look back on the road in the rearview mirrors and turn to look out the back window. No girl. Nothing. I'm not sure how much of it was my mind playing tricks on me, as it was nighttime, but I remember seeing her so clearly. Case file number 3242, written by Lamb Dark Knight, The Fedora Man. While I was still in college, when I was home for the summer, I'd sometimes suffer from bouts of insomnia, so I came up with several things to do during these times. One of these things was that I would dress up in a suit, tie, dress slacks, fedora, and go out to a semi-remote crossroads. It was one that was not lit at all except for moonlight and was mostly unused except for the occasional car. But it wasn't so remote that I would spend all night and not see a car. I'd park my car a little ways away, hike to the crossroads, and just stand there for a few hours. Whenever I saw a car approaching, I would light a cigarette and just stand calmly, the creepiest smile I could muster on my face, and I would just slowly nod to the people as they passed. Most of them sped up a little after they saw me. One time, a car pulled up, stopped, rolled down his window, and asked if I needed any help. I looked at him calmly and said, "I'm waiting for someone, but not you. It isn't your time yet," and then smiled to him. His window rolled up quickly and he sped off away from me. I like including these stories sometimes where it alludes to something glitchy or supernatural, but no, it's just a human being a human. And sometimes, yeah, like myself, people like to troll people, prank people. This is a pretty good one, especially that line at the end where you're just talking like, "We're gonna meet again. I'm not human. I'm something beyond human." Like you're the Grim Reaper or something, but you're waiting for someone else along the road. Yeah, that's well done on that. I commend you for your successful prank. Case file number 3243, written by Spinge Bowl, The Voice Overlap. One day, a few years ago, I was just sitting in the living room minding my own business while my mom and stepdad were chatting in the kitchen, which was separated from the living room by 2 walls in our old apartment, along with our 2 dogs. My stepdad is actually the owner of one of the dogs, a black hound named Nina, and he sometimes talks to her as if she was a child, like, "Hi Nina, how's your day been?" Anyways, they were just chatting normally, and I could hear them when my mom asks my stepdad if he wants some coffee, and he replies by saying something along the lines of, "No, thank you. I've already had some an hour ago when I went to the bar. Remember the one in the highway?" And he starts talking extensively about this bar, what he did there, and who he met. All of a sudden, while he's still talking, a second voice, which still sounds exactly like my stepdad, goes, "Nina, look, it's Mom." Probably referring to my mom. All the while, the first voice was still in the middle of its tirade about the bar on the highway. And then, complete silence. Both voices stopped talking. I got up, completely freaked out, walked to the kitchen, and there they were, the both of them, just sitting there without saying a word. "What the hell was that?" I exclaimed. They had no idea what I was talking about, and to this day they still don't. This is one of 2 very strange glitches in the Matrix that occurred in my life, and they both involve my mom somehow. So, I'll just go ahead and assume that she's some kind of witch or time-manipulating entity. Case file number 3244, written by Bright, The Tuna Incident. It's a normal summer day, and me and my sister are home alone. I think it was during the summer holiday. My dad had left to go to the store and was gone for a couple of hours. I'm in my room gaming, and my sister is in hers, when all of a sudden, My sister calls me and tells me to come down. My room is in the attic. I get down and ask her what's wrong, and right in front of her room, there's a little pile of what seems to be cat puke laid down in a perfect circle. After closer examination, it turns out to be tuna. She asks me why I did that, and I tell her I'd been in my room for the last 3 hours straight, bad gaming habits, and hadn't come out. She tells me she heard me going up the stairs, note only up, and I tell her I didn't. Ask her what exactly she heard, and she says she heard someone heavier, which is ironic because we both weighed exactly the same amount and neither of us are heavy, coming up the stairs, wearing heavy shoes. We have wooden stairs on which you can hear a lot. I told her it surely wasn't me, and we were kind of creeped out. I started to check all the rooms, closets, under the beds, everything, because I believed her, and I also recalled hearing someone coming up the stairs. I found nothing, but she was still scared crapless, so I waited with her downstairs in front of the TV until my dad came home. When he came home, we explained what happened, but he didn't have a clue, and he was also kind of weirded out. So in conclusion, all weird things together were the tuna in the perfect circle, the mystery sound of someone coming up the stairs, not down, and us being home alone. I'm still waiting for one of my friends to come clean and tell us he trolled us, because our front door is always unlocked and anyone can walk in whenever they want if someone is home. This event happened a little under a year ago, and I'm obviously still living in the same house. 2 minutes ago, my sister came home from school. I'm having finals, so I'm home studying, and she asked me why I didn't clean up after myself, and I asked her what the fuck she's talking about. So she takes me down the stairs to show me a big stain of tea or something that's been spilled there, and neither me nor my brother have had tea all day. I've seen the stain when walking the stairs, but assumed it was him, and he assumed it was me, so neither of us bothered cleaning it up. I might want to go check my cupboards. Case file number 3245, written by the 8th Henry, a friend from Florida. My grandmother is in a nursing home after suffering a stroke a few months ago. Mentally, she is all there. However, her one side is partially paralyzed, and she is in rehab in the nursing home. She's been weakened by the relative lack of activity though. On Sunday, as we were getting ready to go visit her first thing in the morning, as we always do, we got a call from the family of her old best friend. The friend had moved to Florida about 10 years ago, and they had gradually lost touch, save for a Christmas card every now and then. Well, the friend had just died very early that morning, and they were calling us to inform us of her death. When we got to the nursing home, we signed in and noticed we were the first visitors of the day. We went to my grandmother's room and said hi. We also have a little visitor's book for people to sign in her room, so we know who has visited her. Nobody had signed it since last Saturday morning. As we walked into her room, she exclaimed, "Oh my, so many visitors this morning." We asked what she meant. She replied that she had gotten a visit from an old dear friend that morning. It was a friend from Florida who had just passed away. She had told my grandmother that she was going away for a while, not to worry, that she would be watching out for her, and that they would see each other again. My grandmother also remarked at how healthy she looked. I've never had chills run down my spine like that before. Later I asked if anyone had been to my grandmother's room that morning, and the staff said no. We asked if any phone calls had come through for her that morning, and they again said no. They also log phone calls for residents, and when they checked the logs, there was nothing that they had forgotten. I also this morning called the family of the friend in Florida to offer my condolences and asked if they had called anyone else around here. I asked under the guise that I would help notify people around here, so I didn't want to double call people. They said we were the only ones they had called from around here, and the only reason they called us is because they thought my grandmother still lived with us. They had no idea until I told them this morning that she is in a nursing home. I know it's in the realm of reality that she could have simply dreamed it, but the chances of her having a dream like that with that sort of message on the very morning that her friend died are so remote that it still gives me chills. Subconscious information, probably in a dream format. I don't know how she heard of it, but one way or another, her subconscious mind picked up information that she couldn't possibly have had any other way. I like how this eliminates basically every possible method for her to have gained this information. There's no other way. She doesn't have a cell phone, presumably. So yeah, there's no other possible way to gain that information from means that we can detect anyways. The subconscious transmission, that we can't detect. Not yet. Case file number 3246, written by Terry New. Candy or Madness? My girlfriend and I were in my bedroom while she was playing with a chocolate golden coin wrapper, Halloween and all. She was standing on the right side of the bed, and I was on the left, near the window, right next to the trash can. She decides to throw the balled up golden wrapper into the trash can. She misses, and it lands in a little pocket on the curtain, directly next to me. I'm only half paying attention, but I notice what looks like a Nerd's gummy cluster sitting in that pocket. Naturally, I assume she tried to toss it into the trash and missed too, so I pick it up and pop it into my mouth. Immediately, she yells, "What are you doing?" and bursts out laughing. I'm confused and say, "What? It was a Nerd's gummy cluster." For context, we'd been eating those earlier in bed and finished the bag. She insists we ate them all. She's still laughing and yells, "That was a wrapper." I open my mouth to show her the gummy, but between her laughing fit and the low lighting, she doesn't really see it. I swallow the gummy, and then we spend the next 10 minutes arguing about whether I just ate a golden chocolate coin wrapper. She's absolutely convinced I did. At this point, I start having a mini panic attack because she keeps suggesting I somehow imagined the gummy and actually ate the wrapper. I felt like I was in a Black Mirror episode with the reality-altering necklace. I was genuinely hurt that she didn't believe me, especially because I believed her when she said she threw the wrapper. That's why a glitch in the Matrix feels like the only explanation. I know what I saw, touched, and ate. I'm a relatively sane person. She's since moved on from the whole thing, but it's eating me alive. She's going to bed tonight fully convinced I swallowed a ball of tinfoil. It had to have changed form mid-throw or something. I even dug through the trash trying to find the actual candy wrapper, which I cannot find. Maybe I hallucinated an entire Nerd's gummy cluster. Maybe I triggered an alternate timeline? I have no clue, but I can tell you for sure it didn't taste like tinfoil. Have you ever bitten into candy where just a bit of the tinfoil wrapping was left on it? Maybe with like a Henry, not a Henry, the little kisses of chocolate. What the hell's the name? Why can't I remember the name? The chocolate that's like a cone shape and you just pull a piece of paper to unwrap it. Anyways, sometimes there's a piece of tinfoil that gets stuck on that and you immediately taste that and it's disgusting. It has a weird texture to it. If you ate a tinfoil wrapper, there is absolutely no way in possibility of the universe, unless your mouth doesn't have any sensation, that you didn't realize it was tinfoil. So whatever you did eat clearly wasn't tinfoil. The wrapping maybe was tossed to the side, or maybe it did morph for a brief period via a different universe. I do like that idea that different universes that are very close nearby items can shift or even morph between each other. I mean, that would explain a lot of diopia and reappearances too. Case file number 3247, written by Narrow Guarantee 734, The Blue Silhouette. When I was a teen, maybe 2017-ish, I was home alone and doing dishes in the kitchen with earbuds in. I was in a full jam sesh while scrubbing, head banging, dancing, and everything. Suddenly, I felt that instinctual feeling when someone is staring at you. When you turn your head without even thinking about it, and there, just maybe 2 feet away, was a silhouette of a man, like made of this blue hazy light. No discernible details, but you can tell from the shape it was a man. I paused, stunned and trying to process what I was seeing. He seemed to notice me looking back in that split second, and with literal blink and you'll miss it speed, he blurred away down the hallway in a streak of blue light. I stood there frozen for maybe 3 to 5 seconds before I decided to follow, simply to verify that no one else was home. The entire house was empty, and I didn't see anything else that night. I tried to rationalize it, but my mind circled back to the moment I noticed eyes on me, how there had been no sound or movement to alert me, because I could only hear music and was looking down into the sink. It was a feeling of eyes on me that made me look up, the human reaction of someone staring. Chills just thinking about it now. The kicker, my grandfather had passed about a month prior to this, and he didn't get to see us much. On a separate occasion, when I had moved out as an adult, I was leaving my bedroom for a midnight snack, and when I opened the door, there was someone nearly face to face with me. I froze in the doorway, but I was more open to it this time. Same blue light silhouette, but different stature, different person. No visual detail, but he felt familiar. His height, the point where we met, felt like standing in front of someone I used to know who long passed. I recognized him, said his name like a question, blinked, and he was gone. Case file number 3248, written by Hoodoo Child, the ghost who called me monkey. I was about 5 years old, but I remember it clearly. I came from a huge French-Canadian family. My dad had 7 brothers, and we all lived on the same block. My favorite uncle, by far, was my Uncle Bernard. He drove a moped, grew plants in his backyard, and listened to 70s rock non-stop. He would always pick me up and take me out for ice cream and didn't ignore me or shoo me away like the other adults did. We would fish together, and he was one of my best friends. I woke up one night to the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of my bed. I looked up, and my uncle was there. He told me my dad was going to need me to be extra good, and I would have to help Mom take care of my brother and sister for a little while. He ruffled my hair and said, "Who is my girl in the monkey suit?" When I would get angry, I would climb a tree and refuse to get down so my dad would have to get a ladder to get me. My uncle always called me his little monkey. Next morning, at breakfast, I asked where my uncle had gone. My parents were confused, so I told them the story. As I was finishing, my uncle Robert ran into the driveway sobbing, and my parents ran outside. My Uncle Bernard had died in his sleep that night. I stood in the window, confused as to why everyone was crying. My mother was so shaken, no one was able to speak the fact that my uncle was dead, not in my presence. My grandmother, a crabby old Irish woman, pulled me aside at the funeral and told me I was very lucky to have seen a spirit and that the world was full of them if you know where to look. I was just a kid. I was scared crapless. I didn't understand anything. Everyone in my family treated me differently afterwards. If ghosts exist, what else does? My parents always told me to not be afraid of ghosts, vampires, etc., because they didn't exist. I judged reality based on my experience and not the words of others after that. I love cute stories like this, and it's just wholesome, where someone has a pet name for someone they love, and it's reciprocated in kind, and even though sometimes it ends poorly, and that's just the nature of life. Now, quantum immortality makes it smooths things out, because he's probably not actually gone for good, from his perspective, and he still has his little monkey in a different universe. Case file number 3249, written by Keeper of the Trees, The Third Glass. Every night, my husband gets the water glass from each of our bedside tables and brings them downstairs to refill them. He says it's dust water if they aren't refreshed each night. One evening, I heard him go upstairs, come back down, and set the water glass on the kitchen island. This is normal as he refills them just as we're going up to bed, but he will often bring them downstairs if he's already there. I walked into the kitchen and saw there was only one glass on the kitchen island, which seemed strange since he always brings both. I briefly wondered if he only brought his own glass down, but that would be highly unusual. Even if we're fighting, which we weren't, he still gets us fresh water. As we go downstairs, with 2 fresh waters, he hands me one, which I place on my bedside table, and note that there isn't an old glass from the night before. I think, okay, so I guess the one glass he brought down was mine. Maybe he didn't have the old one. I went into the bathroom to do my nighttime routine, and when I came back out, I immediately noticed that there were 2 water glasses on my bedside table, and one on his. I said to my husband, "That's so weird. I swear when I put down my water, there wasn't another glass here." He looked at my bedside table and said, "That is weird. When I was bringing down the glasses, you didn't have one on your bedside table, so I only brought my own. So he didn't see the old glass to bring it downstairs, and I didn't see it when I set down the fresh water just now, but it appeared a few minutes later, so now we have 3 water glasses upstairs. I note that the bedside tables are fairly small, and mine usually only has a book, water glass, and some chapstick on it. The water glass wasn't hidden behind any other object. Case file number 3250, written by Eerie Boy, Latin, beneath the moss. When I was roughly 16, myself and 2 friends were walking through a local forest. Now, off the beaten track of this forest, there is this random gravestone with a skull and crossbones and Latin all around the edges. We often went for walks to it, so intrigued by how random it was. One day, we decided to give it a bit of a prodding and a poking, so we got a shovel and tried to move it around, to no avail. We even tried just to speak to it, no response of course. We walked down the trail, silently, after the weird, eerie intensity of speaking to a long-dead corpse passes. I walked slightly ahead and Laura and Chris followed behind. After a good 10 seconds of no one speaking, I picked up on Laura just humming and singing under her breath. Quiet and hushed, but still imposing. It was pretty beautiful. That continued for about another couple of seconds before she burst out laughing along with Chris. Enter the batshine crazy part. After the laughing subsided, Chris said to me, "You sing like a girl." We argued for about 10 minutes, both claiming the other party was trying to wind the other up, and realized what the fuck just happened. Clear as day, a voice in front of them, behind me, was singing. Laura cried, and we were on the fucking verge of it too. You get a lot of spirits that have a good singing voice. And if I was a spirit, I don't have a good singing voice, but I could just, imagine that. People visit my grave, and the echo of me, the imprint left behind, is just there narrating stories, just like a campfire ghost. I could see that being me. Case file number 3251, written by Big Drippy Dump, The Island Guest. I was a pretty big skeptic of the paranormal until this happened to me when I was about 20 or 21 years old. A little backstory. My family used to travel every summer to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, then go to Drummond Island. From there, we would take a pontoon boat out to this 3-acre island that had a house and just relax there for a week or 2. Now, the people who rented this house joked that it was haunted because it was apparently some doctor who made a house call years ago and the patient died. Of course, we were all skeptical, and it turned out for the first 3 vacations, nothing weird happened at all. Then, on the 4th vacation, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. To give you an idea of my bedroom, I shared it with my sister, and when I sat up in bed, I would be facing a little nook that her bed was situated in. This meant that she would have to get up and around the corner of the room in order to get past my bed. So anyway, I get up and the room is pretty dark, and I get cut off by a figure matching my sister's height from her part of the room. It goes into the bathroom, closes the door, then turns the lights on. I think nothing of it and sit down and wait, just thinking it's my sister. Eventually, after 5 minutes, the lights turn off, the door opens, and the figure turns to go downstairs. I follow it, wondering what my sister is up to at this hour. As I follow it into the living room, it sort of dissolves, and I can't track it anymore. I turn the light on and see nothing in the living room or kitchen. I go back upstairs and turn my bedroom light on, which reveals that my sister is fast asleep in her bed. I had trouble sleeping the rest of the trip, and more weird things started happening to me. Items and luggage thrown around, things gone missing, etc. I haven't gone back with the family since. Well, not too much to say about the story, but it's just a funny reminder. I was thinking about the little island where in Harry Potter, the Dudleys take Harry for his birthday. They're just on this island that's rocky and waves are crashing into it. Like, how do they even get there? You can't get a plane there. You can't get a boat there. They're just on this most isolated island on the planet. Just, okay. Tangent over. Case file number 3252, written by Jacket Damath. She was full of foam and secrets. A few years ago, I was standing out in the front lawn, talking with my mom while she watered her garden. Suddenly, we hear a loud moaning coming from the upstairs window, my sister's room. My mom laughs a bit and yells, "Hey, what are you doing?" to my sis. No answer, just more moaning. Curious, we both head inside and walk upstairs. My mom attempts to open the door to her room, but it's stuck. She starts pushing hard to get it open, and says, "This isn't funny, open the door." Finally, she's able to wedge it open enough to peek inside, and she sees my sister lying on the floor in front of the door, foaming at the mouth and making strange noises. My mom screams and calls 911. I peer into the room and see a homemade Ouija board laying next to her body. She had been playing with it by herself in her room almost every day for the past month. I didn't think much about it at the time. Paramedics show up and says she's had a seizure and take her to the hospital. They do every test under the sun on her and conclude that she's perfectly healthy. She's never had a seizure before, and she has had no underlying issues that could have caused it. A couple weeks later, she tells me what happened. She had been playing with the Ouija board that day, and she said the piece was acting stranger than usual, and moving very quickly when she would ask a question. It kept asking her to take her clothes off. Then the piece started freaking out and moving everywhere, and she heard multiple voices start chanting, "The devil is here, the devil is here," and her body locked up. Soon afterwards, she said everything went black. Okay, this is a scary one. When it relates to demons or ghosts, not a lot scares me specifically, but this one, because it seems like the spirits were able to directly influence her into having a seizure. I haven't heard of spirits being able to do that. Maybe they can influence the synapses in our brains. Spirits are known to control electronics, so maybe they can influence the fields in our own brain enough to induce a seizure. Is pretty scary though. I don't like that. I really don't. Case file number 3253, written by Elinge285. Dexter's Leave. So I had this coworker. We'll call him Dexter. Dexter was always kind of a weird guy, socially awkward, and kind of hard to be around. I hung out with him after work, mostly because I felt bad that no one else wanted to be around him. After about 8 months of knowing him, Dexter decided to join the military, and we parted ways. To be honest, I was kind of relieved that he was out of my life, for at least a while. I hadn't seen or heard from Dexter for a few years, and had pretty much forgotten about him when one day he called me from a payphone, needing a ride from the bus station. I asked him what was going on, and he says something about being on military leave. He hangs up, and I start to wonder why his parents wouldn't come get him, why he'd choose to call me, since we hadn't talked in so long. I drive to the bus station to pick him up, and I started to notice something is up. He has all of his military gear with him, and he's being very vague when answering my questions about his family and what has happened in the past few years. He asked me if he can come over to my house and talk and hang out like we used to. I'm not really up for it, but I'm curious to find out what's going on. We get back to my place and I try to probe him with more questions, but he just deflects them and insists we play some video games. A few hours go by and I eventually ask him if he's ready for me to take him to his parents' house. He looks at me with this half-angry, half-confused stare. He says, "I thought we were friends." At this point, I'm starting to get a bit scared. I tell him that we are friends, a lie, but that I have to work the next day and need to get some rest. He says he can't go back to his parents' house tonight because it's too late, and asks if he can crash at my place. He promises me that he'll call his parents in the morning and have them pick him up before I leave for work. I reluctantly agreed and let him sleep in his sleeping bag on the floor next to my bed. We both got settled at around 2:30 a.m. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper and passed out within 5 minutes. Around 5 a.m., I woke up because I had to use the bathroom. I roll over and start to move the sheets when I hear a soft breathing. I look over and Dexter is sitting in my desk chair next to my bed, staring at me. I jump up and ask him what the hell he's doing. He responds, "I just like the way you look when you're sleeping." My heart starts to race and I'm getting pretty angry and uncomfortable. I say the first thing that comes to my head. Don't ever do that. I rush off to the bathroom to compose myself and try to figure out what to do. After a few minutes, I came back into the room. Dexter starts apologizing and telling me how much of a friend I have always been to him. I get back in bed and tell him to go to sleep and we'll talk in the morning. After about 20 minutes, I hear him snoring, but it still takes me the better part of an hour to finally close my eyes and fall back asleep myself. My alarm wakes me up at 9 a.m. I roll over, anticipating the worst. Instead, I find that Dexter and all of his stuff are gone. I check all over the house and find no signs of him at all. I look through my old address book for his parents' house number. I call them over and over again throughout the day, but no one picks up. I spend the next few days waiting for Dexter to show up at my house or call me, but he never does. It's been over 4 years and I haven't seen or heard from him since that night. I wonder if he did anything to his parents. Case file number 3254, written by Anonymous. 1 pint too many. I used to work in an old pub. I was there completely by myself one afternoon. No boss, no staff, no customers. I was taking the opportunity to royally slack off when I heard footsteps slowly coming up the stairs from the cellar. I figured I must have been daydreaming and totally missed someone coming in and going downstairs, so I grabbed a cloth and started to look busy, polishing the ale pumps. I heard someone come up the stairs and walk behind me, brushing my shoulder. I turned around to talk to whoever it was, but there was nobody there. I remember being more annoyed than anything. I was always so proud of my skepticism, and some stupid ghost came along and ruined it. Other stuff happened too. The landlady lived above the pub and was redecorating. She had put brand new unopened paint tins on the floor, which were opened up and spilt everywhere when she came back from a shopping trip. The pub is next to a railway line, and bodies of people that were ended on the tracks used to be brought up there back in the old days. One of the old regulars remembers a railway worker bringing in a detached brain storage unit to show off to his buddies. The crap people got up to before TV, eh? Case file number 3255, written by 515000, The Watcher of the Bridges. I have had 2 dealings with a person watching me and disappearing faster than humanly possible. Both of mine were the same figure, and close enough to make out distinct features and expressions, like 30 feet away. The first time was outside in the Strip in Vegas, in an almost empty parking lot at around 3 a.m. I felt someone looking at me, and when I looked, the man was impossibly tall, like 7 feet, maybe a bit more, kinda stern, and looking almost down his nose at me. I remember shivering once, hard, and looking away. Then when I looked back over, he was just gone. No cars around him to hide behind, no nothing. I didn't even feel like I was being watched anymore. The second time, and 15 years later, I was walking in the beach in Olympia, Washington at dusk with my little doggo. It had just snowed about 6 inches of nice powder, and I had the beach and park to myself. Then, my dog started this really neat sounding low chest growl, and I looked up to see what he was grumbling about. And that same guy, the 7-foot-tall dude in the same long overcoat with the same stern stare, close enough I could see his jet black eyes and wrinkles in his face. I was standing there in the fresh virgin snow, clear as day in the last fading sunshine and gray sky. I glanced down at my pup and whispered at her to stop the growly stuff. Maybe 2 seconds, I don't know, but when I looked up, Homie had skedaddled with no noise, and no footprints in the snow. The only thing there was the aftershot of his memory burning in my brain. No blue on those guys, but I've seen purple glowing figures, way more when I was young, only a few in adulthood. Also, real quick, right before COVID, I remember reading an article in some science group saying that the outer space was a deep purple color or indigo, and it was only at night did I see what I can only describe as huge, like the size of a gymnasium, patches of purple fog in random places, mostly over bridges, but also over people's homes and in parts of the tree line of the highway. Case file number 3256, written by Likes to Rave Dave. Hey, he does like to rave. Duncraig's Midnight Visitor. When I was about 7 or 8, I lived in a small house in Duncraig, near Perth. My parents' bedroom was on one side of the house, and mine and my sister's were on the opposite side. Our bedrooms came off a small hallway. Mine was about midway along the hallway, and my sister's were at the end. It must have been about 11 p.m., and I was lying in bed asleep. I heard a bang and was forced awake. You know when you were a kid, you would lay there and think about scary things in bed, then you'd freak yourself out and listen really hard because you thought there were burglars or something? Well, I did that. I freaked myself out. My bed was just across from the door, so I could see straight into the hallway. I was lying there, and I saw a figure across a door. It's hard to explain what it looked like, but I remember that it was cloaked, like you'd imagine the Grim Reaper, hood and everything, and I remember it was floating above the ground. I remember checking for feet, and there was nothing there. I was mature enough to think I was imagining things, so I ignored it and tried to get back to sleep. I was dozing off when my sister screamed. My dad ran through to see what was wrong. I walked in when my dad was trying to explain that she was just imagining things. My sister was about 6 at the time. I interrupted, "But Dad, I saw it too." I explained to him what it was, and he said the only hooded cloak type thing in the house was his dressing gown, and that was impossible because it was in his room. I was scared, so I asked him to check. On the way to his room, we found his dressing gown on the floor in the living room next to the TV. He had a puzzled look on his face and sent us both to bed. I was absolutely terrified, so I decided to lock my door and sleep with the light on. When I woke up, I'd completely forgotten the events that had taken place, but when I decided to get up and get dressed, I remembered. When I stood up from my bed, my feet felt material under my feet. My dad's dressing gown just lay there, as if it was standing, facing the bed, and then just crumpled. It was impossible. My door was locked. I told my parents and they just said I was being silly and trying to scare my little sister. Case file number 3257, written by Philly Z, The Torpedo in the Sky. To preface this, I live in a place with an abundance of UFO sightings, once quoted as the county with the most in the world. It also doesn't help that Signs was filmed in my town. It was about 2 months ago. I was out and about digging around town in my car. I was en route to my friend's house on a road hardly traveled that spanned the length of an old cemetery. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a giant, mildly luminescent mass seemingly floating in midair. Being a skeptic, I turned to get a gaze at this inexplicable figure. It looked like an enormous torpedo, about 75 feet in length, veiled by a cloak of glowing beads. The crap that gets me, however, is that it was just floating about 50 feet in the air, not suspended by anything. I stared at this thing in utter disbelief for a solid 5 seconds before it was momentarily engulfed by the night sky. It just disappeared out of thin air. Case file number 3258, written by Sayaspi, Mary's Last Night. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I had a very vivid dream. It was strange because I rarely dreamed, and if I did, it was always in the random context a child would dream of, cartoons coming to life, etc. The dream starts with me sitting in a large chair. I immediately recognize the room as a living room of our family friend Mary. To my right is the hallway towards her bedroom. Straight ahead is the kitchen. I'm sitting there calling out, but nobody is home. The light is shining in through a window on my left, casting light on the floor, but the rest of the room is fairly dark. I remember walking forward and peering down the hallway. Standing in the hall is a tall, slender figure. It has a shape but no details. It's as black as I can imagine, but just a silhouette. As it looks back at me, all sound from around me vanishes like a deafening silence. It is hard to describe, sort of like a static on a television, but without the actual sound. The dream went on for what felt like forever, just the two of us staring at each other. For some reason, I walked towards the shadow man, though even thinking about this dream makes my heart hurt with fear. I look down and see blood. It is pooling in the carpet. As I went to turn and run, I felt like I couldn't move away, and the creature rushed towards me. At that moment, I woke up. The next day, I went to visit Mary, though I didn't share my story with her, as my mom told me it was just a nightmare. Just after supper, I was sitting on the big chair in the room watching television, as Mary walked down to her bedroom. For whatever reason, I remembered my dream right then and began to cry. Mary collapsed in the hallway, landing face first on the floor. Blood from her nose and face pooled within the carpet. She had suffered a massive heart attack. My mom tried to comfort me after the paramedics came to stop my tears, but she didn't understand the tears came before she died. I remember every detail of the dream to this day. It's hard to even describe in words the details. I remember the colors, the mood, the sounds, even the light as it came in through the windows. I'm highly skeptical of ghosts, predictions, psychics, and all other paranormal stuff, but I can't help shake the feeling that the dream and her death were linked. What I'm thinking is, from the perspective of the mom, if you have a kid like this that told you about a dream, and then just that same day, the dream basically comes into reality, how do you square that in your mind? I mean, you have direct evidence of something beyond typical explanation. What do you even tell your kid if that happens to them? Like, do you confirm that, yeah, okay, you have extra special powers? I really don't know how I would react as a father if I had a kid that had a dream like this. Wow. Case file number 3259, written by the 8th Henry. The Clattering Silence. One night in my old house, I was getting ready for bed, when all of a sudden I heard dishes being moved downstairs in the kitchen. Since I was living alone at the time, it naturally startled me, but the sound was very clear and continued for probably a good 4 to 5 seconds. It wasn't a one-time sound like you would expect from a stack of plates settling into each other, because they were a little offset. It was a clank, rattle, rattle, shuffle, rattle, rattle, clank, clank, rattle, clank. There were dishes being moved by a physical force. I immediately became alarmed that someone had broken in. Right off the kitchen was a glass sliding door that led into the patio, and I was concerned that maybe I didn't lock it, or it had been picked and someone had come through. I stood at the top of the stairs listening for any other movement, but there was nothing. So I yelled down, "I'm calling the police, so take whatever you want and get out." The only thing was my phone was downstairs in my home office charging, and since I don't have a landline, that was my only means to call the cops. Total bluff. I listened. No movement or sounds. I waited a few more seconds thinking maybe the person down there was startled and trying to be quiet, but there was still nothing. So I pretended like I was there with someone, and loudly asked them if they had called the police, and then said, "Good, good." Then I instructed my companion to follow me with the gun and cover me while I went down. I slowly went downstairs and peeked around the lower I got. Nothing. Finally, I was at the bottom of the stairs and looking into the kitchen. Still nothing. I hit the light switch that turned on a light in the kitchen, and the sliding door was closed, and I could see that it was in fact locked. So I proceeded into the kitchen and found everything perfectly fine. There were no dishes out of place on the counter, nothing in the dishwasher, and everything in the cabinets was fine. For good measure, I checked the rest of the house, and of course, no one was there hiding out. I know the sounds were more of a random clank. There was something other than gravity that caused the dishes to clank and rattle, but I have no idea what. Case file number 3260, written by OK Mistake 2486. The Wrong Adeline James. So, last semester, I used to talk with a girl that was always sitting next to me. She was very sweet, and then there was a strike for 2 weeks. The exam was after these 2 weeks, and she was not there. Let's say her name was Adeline James. It'll be easier to explain it all. So Adeline used to always be next to me. After the exam, I emailed her. We can see the names and email of everyone in the classes that we have, for your information. So I asked her how it went for her, thinking that maybe she didn't sit next to me that day. I always sit in the back of the class, by the way, so I can see everything. So she responded that it went well, but said that she didn't remember me. I told her that I'm the girl that she always sits next to, in the back. She said that she always sits in the front, and after research I found that the girl I emailed, Adeline James, was not the girl sitting next to me. There were 2 girls with that name? But when I went back and looked at the student list, there was only one girl named Adeline James, and that Adeline James wasn't the Adeline I talked to all semester? I looked around campus the whole time and I never saw her face again. I think different universes can overlap, at least in our perception of it. We can interact even with objects and people from those different universes. Well, nearby universes, I would say. They're all running concurrently, so there's no time anomaly. It's just a fact of interacting with people that may not be in your originating universe, which is very interesting. I wonder how often we normally, casually walk by people or even talk with people who don't really exist to us. Case file number 3261, written by Jen Prime. Nowhere until somewhere. My wedding ring was originally my late mom's. It used to fit perfectly, but I've lost some weight, so it is admittedly a bit big, especially in colder months. Since it was my mom's and it fit her finger perfectly, I haven't gotten it resized for silly sentimental reasons. I have a corkscrew type ring sizey thing on it currently in an effort to delay the inevitable trip to the jewelry store. Even a touch big, it has never slipped off or been lost until yesterday. I was at work and ran to the bathroom, which is in the basement of the historic building I work in. It's a narrow, hall-shaped room. There are 2 sinks and a trash can right at the entrance and 4 stalls with only maybe 4 feet of clearance in front of each stall. As I was drying my hands before exiting, I noticed my ring was not on my finger. I checked the stall I was just in, the last stall at the end of the room. It wasn't there. My pants don't have pockets, thanks to the women's clothing industry, so I can't check those. I assume that it must be in my office. Maybe I took it off to put lotion on, and it just slipped my mind or something. I raced up the stairs and started searching around my workspace. It wasn't there. A coworker came in and saw me frantically searching and offered to help. We went to the basement bathroom together. She searched the stalls, all 4 of them. I dug through the trash can, shaking out all the paper towels. The ring simply wasn't there. We went back to my office and searched more. Still not there. My coworker stayed in my office, and I headed back downstairs to the bathroom to search again. I retraced my steps exactly, searching the floor and stairs as I walked. No ring. Panic is setting in. I'm in the bathroom alone. I searched each stall, starting with the stall I was in, moving towards the entrance. I was literally on all 4s in this public bathroom, so I could see across the entire floor, and there's nothing at all. Defeated, I decided to go back upstairs. As I get to the bathroom door, I hear something small, several steps behind me, hit the ground. I turn around, and at least 10 feet in front of me, right in front of the second stall, in the middle of the floor, is my ring. Stunned, I picked it up and headed upstairs. My coworker and I start trying to dissect what happened, and we've got nothing. My ring was just nowhere, until it was somewhere. These DOP glitches never get old for me, especially when they return in such a spectacular fashion, where the person has scanned the area where it reappears eventually a number of times, and even with the help, other witnesses. There's simply no way it wasn't there before. You were on your hands and knees, crawling around the bathroom stall, all of them, and yeah, it just bounces back. And I think the sound effect of hearing it drop when it reappeared is the most critical point. It's not that it was just there and you somehow missed it. I guess that's conceivably possible, but no. It was like it was suspended and not there, and it appeared in the air, not directly on the ground, and then it made the noise when it fell. These items are out of sync with reality. They're phased out, and then they are restored eventually. It's really the simulation correcting its errors. Most of the time. Maybe spirits are involved sometimes. Case file number 3262, written by Max O'Brien 20. Cold Proof. It all revolves around a carton of milk. I rarely use milk, No tea or coffee, just protein shakes and the occasional bowl of cereal. Last night, I had a bowl of cereal and noticed we only had 1 carton of milk left in the fridge and was only about a third full. I wondered when my mom was going to buy some more and if I should go out tomorrow and buy some. Fast forward to the day after, today, around 5 p.m., I chose to have another bowl of cereal. I notice no one has got new milk and it's the same carton of milk from yesterday, this time even less full. I feel the weight of it. I look for more milk in the fridge and there is none. I take special note of this in my head because my mom and her boyfriend drink so much tea and coffee they would be very annoyed if I used the last of it. The cereal took priority anyway, so I used a little bit and left a tiny bit left in there, maybe enough for 1 drink. Skip forward 2 hours. My mom and her boyfriend have been taking a nap this whole time and haven't been awake long. I go back in the fridge whilst my mom is in the kitchen and notice 2 full cartons of milk, 1 opened, 1 not. I say, "Oh, you went shopping, huh? When did you do that?" "This morning," she said. She says they have been here since the morning, and I explained to her how that's impossible because of all the above, my whole moral dilemma around using the last of the milk. She swears by it, she's not lying, and there's no reasonable time where she could have snuck out to buy it as they were asleep. There is no reason that makes sense. I have no carbon monoxide poisoning, well, I don't show any other signs, and I know what I saw, felt, and thought about. I am well informed on string theory, shifting, a lot of things spiritual. Nothing fits. Case file number 3263, written by Frankie Rue, 929. A Thanksgiving surprise. This is somewhat creepy, but mostly inexplicable. Right after I got in my car, I got into a little accident with my friend when I went over a median while trying to do a U-turn. I may have been extremely high, but I digress. Along with scratching the crap out of the side of my car, I lost a hubcap and my dad would pay for the scratches, but not the hubcap. So for a while I only had 3, which was fine by me. Fast forward to going home for Thanksgiving. A family friend goes outside for a smoke, comes back in and says, "Hey, got your hubcap back. When did you do that?" I didn't. I go outside and sure enough, there is a 4th hubcap. It is different from the other hubcaps and really dirty, but it even has a Toyota symbol on it. I ask everyone there for dinner who did it. Everyone is as baffled as I am. I immediately contacted all of my friends. Nothing. I go on Facebook asking if anyone has kindly given me a present without telling me. Nothing. 6 months later and I still have nothing. So some random person decided for Thanksgiving to get me the 4th hubcap I had dreamed of? We call him Hobo Santa Claus. This was the weirdest yet wonderful present I've ever received. Well, I mean, winter is coming, so I guess this is a fitting story for it. An early Hobo Santa Claus making his appearance. Case file number 3264, written by KK Keboke. The window she pointed to. I was living alone in this big 4-bedroom house. It was $400 a month. Old, crappy, huge. I lived in 1 of 2 rooms on the very top floor. It was a room at the back of the house. The room across the hall at the front of the house was being used as storage for someone who I imagine had lived there before me. I could have thrown this crap out, but fuck you, I'm lazy. And that is a lot of work to free up a room I wasn't going to use anyway. One day, I get home, and there is a middle-aged woman standing in the street, fucking staring up at the window of that top front unoccupied room. I kinda stare at her, staring at the window. I ask her, "Excuse me, ma'am, is everything okay?" She is silent for a moment, and kinda snaps out of it, and turns towards me and says, "My son's up there." I look up there, and there ain't no one in that window. I'm thinking, maybe I left the door unlocked and he got in there? But then I realize that still makes no sense. "Ma'am, your son is in my house?" "Yes, he's in the window right there," she says, pointing at my fucking unoccupied room's window. "Ma'am, I don't see anyone." She starts crying and pacing. I say I'll go check it out. Checking it out was fucking scary. I mean, ghost boys all up in my house and whatnot. But I man up and grab a broomstick for self-defense against ghost kids. I check the room, no one was there. I look out the window down at the lady and she is still fucking staring up at me. Fucking creepy. So I figure maybe the ghost kid changed locales, and I'm checking each room, sounding less and less tough each room, all, hey, hello, is someone's son in here? But ain't no ghost babies up in my crib, so I walk downstairs to inform the lady. She ain't there. I'm not easily rattled. I don't believe in ghosts and spirits and whatnot, and I accept that the lady was either crazy or on drugs. But, come on, that crap was scary as crap. I love this story mostly for how you behaved, and your thought process is so funny and comical to me, and I think you should have some fun with this kind of stuff, with glitches and paranormal events. Most of the time they're not malicious, they're just weird. And you just gotta go, yeah, I'm not gonna be beaten up by a ghost kid, I'm gonna get a broomstick and defend myself. Yeah, okay, I respect it. Case file number 3265, written by Ficarian. The Diagram of Us. A few hours ago, I was at Wegmans with my boyfriend. We had exactly 3 things to buy. We parked, walked in, and I let him lead the way through the aisle since everything we were getting was for him. I had my eyes glued to his back the entire time. One of the things we wanted was a 4-pack of his favorite hard cider, which is located in the far back corner of the store. As we approached the back part of the store, I saw my boyfriend turn around, smile at me, and then dip through a break in the aisles toward the small alcove where there was an open floor space with piles of stacked 12-packs of seasonal beers. As soon as I walked into that part, he was gone? Absolutely gone. I stopped in my tracks and called to him. I looked all around that alcove and behind the stacks of boxes thinking that he was messing with me, but he just wasn't fucking there. I was so confused. I walked out towards the aisle and I ran into him. He immediately turned around to look behind him and then he asked me how I got there. According to him, and he's reading this as I'm typing it so that I'm getting the facts straight, I followed him right to the place where the coolers were. I was standing right next to him and he said he definitely turned around and saw that it was me. After he grabbed what he wanted, he said that we proceeded to go around the corner and then he bumped into me in front of him. I thought he was joking when he told me his version. Then I started to press him on it when we were in the car. At first we got into an argument, him swearing that he wasn't pranking me and me swearing up and down that no, I'm not crazy. He definitely smiled at me and then ran into that alcove. He swears on his life that I was right there when he pulled out the thing from the cooler that he wanted. And I swear in my life that I saw him smile at me and duck into the alcove, which is where I definitely went. I was not next to him by the coolers. We were both so freaked out by what happened that we got home, made a fucking diagram of the store so that someone can tell us that we're not both insane. We even drew red arrows to point out to each other what vectors we took to try and make sense of it. I don't know what the fuck happened and neither does he. Please talk some sense into both of us because each of our experiences was so fucking unreal and they don't match. Case file number 3966, written by Glass Animal, found on the end cap. Last week, I was out shopping with my mom at Marshall's. There were some things I wanted to look at on an end cap, but there was a lady looking at it, so I patiently waited for her to walk away. I picked up several journals, planners, and notepads. One at a time, looked them over, and sat them back down. This was probably less than a minute. I went to reach for another and noticed a phone sitting on top of a planner, one I had just looked at. My mom was the only person nearby, so I was like, "Hey, is this your phone?" But she was walking away and didn't hear me. So I picked it up, thinking it was hers, but immediately knew it wasn't. Silver reflective case on an iPhone, not hers. I just stood there, like how the fuck did this get right on top of what I just looked at? I started looking the shelf over, thinking maybe I had sat an identical item down in a different spot and the phone was already there, but it was the only one like it. I debated on just leaving it there, but instead I found the lady who had been looking at that stuff before me, asked if it was hers, she said no. So I took it to the registers and told them I found it, and the lady checking out claimed it. There's no way she was right next to me and sat it down without me noticing and made it to the checkout so quickly. The whole thing felt really weird. I have no idea how that phone came to exist on top of something I had just picked up and put down, but it did. Case file number 3267, written by Visiting Statue, The Craft Above Westfield. In 2017, I was walking towards Westfield with my brother for dinner in the evening. As we were walking, I just suddenly felt that something was off, and I felt it instinctively. I remember as we were walking that the streetlights were not casting a shadow, as if it was sunset, and it was like I knew they should be, but they weren't. About 5 or so minutes later, my brother and I saw in our peripheral vision a massive craft just suddenly appear out of the sky, about 200 to 300 meters directly in front of us. I remember I could vaguely make out seeing a long, elongated craft that was just surrounded and covered in bright light. It only lasted about 3 to 5 seconds, but when it suddenly appeared, it flew upwards quite fast, and as it was flying higher in the sky, it began to turn and fly onto its side. It reached a point in the sky where it began to fly back down where it came from. As it flew back down, it rotated onto its side again and just completely faded out in the sky and vanished, almost like it just came into this dimension and left. I think that feeling I felt when something was off and began to notice the streetlights not casting a shadow was preparing me to see this UFO. If my brother and I had left home even 20 seconds later, or 20 seconds earlier, we would not have seen this craft. The fact it just so happened to appear straight in front of us, and not behind or on the sides where we wouldn't have seen it, really makes me believe whatever this feeling of something is off and feeling that the world is frozen is a message or sign from the simulation or them. So let's just assume that in the UFO stories we have, most of the time, it really is just aliens. They're unidentified flying objects, so they could just be the military testing different designs. The most curious part about all of them as an ensemble is that there's so many different designs reported. There's a triangle crafts, there's different lights in the sky that kind of form a triangle, often a circular shape. This time just a large craft that's very bright, illuminated. There's so many different designs, and it just makes me think that, okay, if these are aliens, well, yeah, there's probably not just one species here. There's probably competing species here, maybe even some trying to shield us, protect us. Maybe there are some nefarious aliens that are more of the mindset of it's better and safer to destroy any alien life out there. It's actually a Fermi paradox, solution, or even just a calculus you could run, where because you have to deal with light lag, the fact that there's information lag, if you accelerate an object fast enough, you can actually attack a planet before they even realize they're under attack. And that kind of tilts a game theory into the favor of just attacking anyone you know is out there. And that's the safest approach because you can't wait to retaliate. These weapons could destroy an entire planet effectively, and again, before you even know that it's launched. So if you have to deal with potential aliens, some may be very aggressive, just as a rationale for their own protection. Because they don't know who we are, and would we attack them if we could? Maybe. I mean, I hope not, but, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's the whole idea of, what happens when a less advanced race meets another more advanced race? Well, usually it doesn't end well for the less advanced race. It's just the nature of reality, at least on this planet. Maybe it's not the same out in the universe. I hope not. But yeah, it's a tangent just to go that I think there probably are different species here, and some are benevolent and trying to shield us, and that's probably why we're still around. Case file number 3268, written by Animera Film, A Glitch in the Wind. One day, I left the house and sat down on the porch. Around my home there are many different trees, from the smallest to the largest. All trees are also different, both small and large. I sat on the porch and noticed that the world seemed to have frozen. Not a single leaf was moving, although they always swayed even in the windless weather. And here it was as if the world had frozen, and the air seemed somehow different, as if thicker than usual. Then I looked up above the trees. Clouds were floating low above the ground. Small, somewhat sparse, but moving quite quickly. Therefore, there was wind, at least up there. But then why weren't the trees moving as usual? There was a gentle breeze. Why were all the leaves frozen like in a picture? I looked further up, and large clouds were floating above the small low clouds. Therefore, there was definitely wind. But the leaves aren't moving. Absolutely all the leaves are frozen. I went home, turned my back to the trees, and a thought came to my mind. Damn, some kind of Matrix simulation. But what if I now imagined that the leaves to my right were moving? I turned my head, looked at the place I thought about, and there, a few leaves moved and froze again. I turned my head back to the door and quickly turned back. I look at the trees. The leaves are not moving. I went home. An hour later, I went outside again, and wow, all the leaves are moving as usual now. The trees are moving a little too, but the clouds are floating much slower than the first time. By the way, here's another thing. There's a highway near my house. I can always hear the noise of cars, but that time, at first it was silence, then a noise like just a couple of cars passing, then silence again. And one more thing, you can always hear birds chirping, but at that moment there wasn't a single chirp, and it was 8 a.m. I mean, if you think about it, all of physics, any interaction in the world, is a product of a simulation calculation. Now, there's probably a lot of parallel processing going on, things that are happening simultaneously in ways we can't even code for, or couldn't even imagine how to, but that doesn't mean there's no errors, even if the simulation is being run on computers of designs we can't even fathom. There could still be errors, and I think this is one of those. DOP is the most common one, but sometimes you get events like this where the world seems to freeze, and I think it's a defense mechanism where there's a local bubble around which they form an area to repair so it doesn't spread and affect it. It's almost like a virus. You have to contain it and then correct the code lest it infect the rest of the simulation. It's almost like Agent Smith in the Matrix. You gotta contain it if you don't contain it, it's just gonna spread. Case file number 3269, written by Not Today, Bitch. 3 Dreams, 1 Fire. There's an ongoing joke in our family that my grandmother is a witch. Not the wart on the nose, flying on broomstick kind, but just a magical person. There are 8 grandkids in the family, and 3 girls, including myself. Me and the other girls' cousins would laugh and joke around about our grandmother, that she was casting spells on the family members and her house was a haunted house. Anyway, about 5 or 6 years ago, I had a dream where I was sitting in my bedroom on the 2nd floor of our house, looking out the window, and I saw in the moonlight a woman walking through the yard. Dreaming, I went out and followed the woman, where I realized it was my grandmother. She met up with 2 other women in the woods and danced naked around a fire until they looked over to where I was hiding and invited me to join them. I woke up and I knew I just had to tell my other cousins. I met up with them the next day and told them about the dream, watching as their faces turned white. It turned out we all had the exact same dream on the exact same night. We agreed to never talk about it again, and whenever someone brings up our grandmother being a witch, we just change the subject. Case file number 3270, written by 3Chris333. Dented in every dimension. I ride a motorcycle to work, and at 41 years old, I am hyper-vigilant and pay close attention to other road users as I want to make it to 42. The worse the driver, the more attention I give them. About a month ago, I pulled up behind a silver Honda Jazz. I instantly noticed it had dents in every panel, one taillight out, and unusually for the UK, a square rear number plate. In other words, really distinctive. As we approached through the town, the driver also proved to be erratic, so I was super relieved when we got into a roundabout. They went and left and I went straight on. I even said to myself, "Thank goodness that car's gone." I accelerated off down the road, only to my absolute amazement, to pull up behind the exact same car at the next junction, about a mile down the road. For context, it's important to state that the 2 roads go off in separate directions, with no links at all. Also, being on a bike, I went quicker than the car could possibly have made it, even if there was a link. It was 100% the same car. I have absolutely no explanation. It genuinely made me feel odd inside, as I can't explain it. Even after the time has passed, I still feel baffled by it. Case file number 3271, written by Sad Sin City. The Painted Evidence. One of my fake nails was in my boyfriend's bed, except it was from a set I had months before we were even dating. At first I thought he was cheating. He texted me in the morning after I'd come over, asking if he should save my nail so I could re-glue it back on because he found it in his bed. I was very confused because I hadn't worn fake nails in months, before we even started seeing each other. So yes, admittedly, started questioning, and he sent me a picture of the nail, and it was without a doubt mine. I know it was because it was a very specific set, and there was dried up paint on the nail from when I was working on some art projects a few months back. The thing is, I have absolutely no idea how it even got there. I've gotten a new purse, so it couldn't have been floating around at the bottom for the past few months. I wasn't wearing anything with pockets when I went over to his house, so it couldn't have somehow gone undetected in my pockets. Just no idea how it even happened. Now, it's just a joke between us that he's also dating my doppelganger, and who knows if it's me or the other me when I come over. Case file number 3772, written by Hammered, Face to Face in the Dark. In the morning, my girlfriend, at the time, and I were sleeping in our bed. It was about 7 a.m. when my girlfriend woke me up and said someone was in the room staring at us in bed. And he just left right before she woke me up. I jumped up, ran outside, and after some frantic checking around, didn't see anyone. I yelled at the top of my lungs, "I'll kill your motherfucking butt!" Then went inside. My father was just coming out of the shower room, and he asked me what I was doing, and I told him what my girlfriend had told me. He got pale in the face and said, "I saw him staring at me from your door, but I thought it was you. I was even talking to him thinking it was you." It sent a chill down my spine. We didn't sleep soundly for a week. My girlfriend elaborated on what she saw happen. That the guy came in, walked over to our bed, then bent down and got right in her face just staring at her for a while, then looked over at me. He walked around the bed to me and did the same. She said she thought he was going to kill me and take her. He heard a noise from the living room and went to the door. I guess that's when my father saw him and started talking to him thinking it was me. It must have spooked him and he left. I probably owe my life to my father now that I think about it. I'm not sure how he got in or who he was. Case file number 3273, written by Bo Besh. When the Landline Died. When I was 15, a family friend asked me to babysit their 4-year-old daughter overnight and allowed me to bring a friend. The house had a basement, ground and upper level, and was basically enormous. During the hours of the early evening, a small pickup would pull into the front of the house and idle rather loudly. After noticing this a few times, I began to feel anxious. My friend kept assuring me that we were in a nice neighborhood and that it was probably nothing. Once it was dark, the truck appeared again, a little farther down the street, and turned the headlights off. I told my friend to get my dad on the phone and ask him to come by. We lived about 20 minutes away, and I didn't want to just call the police in case it was nothing. I scooped up the 4-year-old, checked all the doors, and told her to follow me to one of the bedrooms on the ground floor. My friend, not being nearly as worried as me, asked that he come over because I was panicking. After she handed me the phone, and hearing the fear in my voice, my dad agreed to come check it out. For 20 minutes, I read the child her favorite bedtime stories until she was comfortably asleep, while my friend was on the phone with her boyfriend in the other room. My dad comes by, sees the truck, walks around the house, checks the doors, and makes a dig at me for being anxious. He leaves. About 30 minutes later, the truck appears idling in front of the house again, then drives away. Now my friend is starting to get wary, so I call my dad, who tells me I'm being ridiculous and says not to call him again. About an hour later, there is no sign of the truck. My friend and I are sitting in the living room trying to relax, but I'm still feeling on edge. Around midnight, we hear this faint, whirring sound, what sounds like a power tool, below us in the basement. We look at each other in absolute horror and run to the top of the basement stairs where, sure enough, there is a drilling sound emanating. My friend starts crying, loud sobs. I tell her to follow me and get my dad on the phone while I call the police. I start to dial out on the home line, then I realize the landlines are dead. I grab my phone from her and dial the police. She uses her phone to call my dad, who doesn't answer. I head to the bedroom with the sleeping little girl, pick her up, and we move to the upper floor. On the phone with the dispatcher, I'm trying to calmly explain what is going on, what we are doing, and where we are in the house. My friend is on the phone crying to her boyfriend. I tell her to be quiet so she, 1, doesn't wake the sleeping toddler, and 2, doesn't attract whoever the fluck is in the house. My friend stays on the phone, but talks in a whisper, while I stay on the phone with the dispatcher, who is assuring me the police are on the way and will be here in 20 minutes. This is a long wait. What seems like several minutes later, we hear footsteps on the stairs coming up. My friend is gasping for air and sobbing, while I tell the dispatcher they are on our floor. She asks me to listen carefully to them, and asks me how many there are. 1. She asks how far away he is. He's at the top of the stairs, 2 rooms over. She asks if he's armed. I don't know. I heard a power drill before. She says there is a cop in the area and will be here in a few minutes. The guy is checking the other rooms for us, talking to himself. I'm barely breathing, and my friend is in the closet with the sleeping girl. The footsteps get closer, and I see feet underneath the door, and he jiggles the handle. I hear my friend let out a loud sob in the closet, and I move away from the door, not sure what to do. The dispatcher is asking me what's going on, and I open my mouth but can't speak. Then the guy walks back down the hall to the stairs and walks downstairs. We stay in the room waiting for what feels like an eternity, but nothing happens. I found my voice and was able to tell the now screaming dispatcher what had just happened. She says the police are in the neighborhood and tells me to move towards the bedroom window and put my hand on it. She explains that the police are going to walk around the outside of the house with a flashlight and point at all the windows so they know what room we are in and see if anyone else is inside. I press my hand on the window and I can see about 4 police with flashlights walking around the house. The dispatcher is radioing with them and says that no one appears to be in the house, to come down the stairs and out the front door. I picked up the little girl, still sleeping, and put my other arm under my friend to help her, and we make our way outside. I call my dad while the cops go inside. They come out 20 minutes later empty-handed. When my dad gets there, the cops say there were signs of forced entry in the basement, and some dirt and scuff marks on the wood floors, but nothing else seemed out of the place. Such an intense experience to have, and in a story written so intensely too. I tried to convey that it was so stressful. I've never had to deal with something like this where there's a home invader or even a potential home invader. I've had people pull into the driveway, because they're probably lost or just took a wrong turn, but no one pull in multiple times and then try to break in. I can't imagine the fear. Like, even if you're an adult and you're armed, you don't want to have to defend yourself. You don't want to have to shoot someone, or you don't want to have to flee your own home and call the police for help and all that. It's far worse than any spirit, I would say. Now time for the jokes of the day. My cannibal girlfriend finally convinced me to sleep over. She promised to make me breakfast in the morning. Oh. Make sure none of your limbs are missing first. At a party, a young wife admonished her husband, "That's the 4th time you've gone back for ice cream and cake. Doesn't it embarrass you?" "Why, heck no," answered the husband. "I keep telling them it's for you." My ex-wife just texted me, "Wish you were here." She does this every time she passes by a cemetery. Damn. I got an email saying, "At Google Earth, we can read maps backwards," and I thought, that's just spam. On a visit to the zoo, I noticed one cage with nothing but a baguette inside. It was bred in captivity. I mean, I'll still eat it. 2 whales walk into a bar. The bartender asks, "What can I get you?" The first whale says, "Wah, woo, woo, wah." The second whale says, "Shut up, Frank, you're drunk." I asked my mom if she can pick me up, because I don't like the sleepover. Then she said, "No, you're 47. Those are your kids and wife." It's a very long sleepover. Yeah, It's not gonna end anytime soon. I can't believe I got fired from a dairy farm. They said I was a danger to myself and others. I am is the shortest sentence in the English language. I do is the longest sentence. Till death do us part. Scientists tried to cross cheetah and crab genes together. Worried because it can go sideways very fast. Whoever invented penny for your thoughts and nickel and dime me to death sure knew how to coin a phrase. I telephoned a restaurant and asked if I could have a reservation for 2. The guy on the other end said I had the wrong number, so I asked him if I could make it for 4 instead. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl when it goes to the toilet? Because the P is silent. Doctor, alcohol is killing you slowly. Me, that's okay. I'm not in a hurry. Bruce Lee had a brother that was never late. His name was Earl Lee. I told my coworkers I was going to start a band called 10,023 MB. We haven't gotten a gig yet. 3 potatoes are standing on a corner. Which one's the prostitute? The one that says, Idaho. Now that I'm getting older, I realize that Grumpy Old Man isn't a movie, it's a training video. Scientists have discovered that boiling water successfully kills some cancers. They hope to use the same on Leos and Virgos in the near future. Damn zodiac signs. I asked my phone, Siri, why am I so bad with women? She said, I'm Alexa, you moron. You know, Siri and Alexa, they do have a certain attitude to them. They have a sass. Took my kids to the zoo and my son saw a tiger sleeping. I told him it's a Himalayan tiger. My son asked me how do I know? Because Himalayan right there. My father used to say, son, when one door closes, another always opens. He was a great dad, but a lousy cabinet maker. Told people I was dressing up as the Invisible Man for Halloween and not to worry if they didn't find me at work. It means my costume is working. Solid strategy. I killed 8 zombies, 9 vampires, and 3 witches yesterday, but for some reason they kept dropping candy. Oh, this is a darker one. Damn. I mean, human piñatas? Satan arrived to welcome a new damned soul to hell. Congratulations, he said. You wasted your entire pitiful life. Well, the man replied, at least I'm not an adult living in my father's basement. Got him. Although, he's probably not going to appreciate that. He's going to get the pineapple. If you know, you know. I saw an ad that said, radio for sale, $1. Volume stuck on full. I thought, I can't turn that down. No matter how many socks you put on a bear, it will still have bare feet. Who can shave 30 times a day and still have a beard? A barber. Got fired from my job as a masseuse. Apparently I rub people the wrong way. Yeah, that would be a problem. 3 moles were walking down a small tunnel. The first said, I smell sugar. The second said, I smell honey. The third said, I smell molasses. My wife just gave birth to twins. I've named them Kate and Duplicate. A man and his son were driving past the graveyard, and the boy asked his father, do they ever bury 2 people in the same grave? Not that I know of, answered his father. What made you ask that? His son replied, well, I saw a gravestone that read, here lies a lawyer and an honest man. Hard to mix those two. Sorry to all the lawyers watching. When I lost a dictionary, my wife asked if I looked upstairs. I was like, I can't look up anything. Don't you understand? A woman was having a problem with her bedroom closet door. It would fall off the hinges whenever the bus went by. She tried several times to fix it herself, but the door would still fall off when the bus went by. She finally called a repairman. He showed up, looked over the door, and found no problem. Then the bus came, and sure enough, the door fell off. He said that he was going to step inside and for her to close the door behind him. As soon as the door was closed, her husband came home and heard her talking to someone in the bedroom. He burst in, demanding to know who was in there. Before she could answer, he looked in the closet and found the repairman and asked, "What's he doing in there?" The repairman said, "You're not going to believe this, but I'm waiting for the bus." A tall tale. Alright, video up here. YouTube thinks you'll like it. Check it out. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe. See you next time.